Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's your boy Saku coming in hot with some of the Battle of the Discords. Got the top 16 that are going to entertain us all. Well, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to show all 8 games that are going to happen right now. That would be an amazing feat, but nonetheless, we are back again for day 2. So, again, top 16. I'm joined by some experienced casters from the THL Discord. We have good pal of mine, Azalea Akari. How you doing?
Hello, I'm doing well. I'm very excited to get to cast some of these matches this afternoon.
Yeah, it should be fun. We'll get into who's made it, and then the prizes obviously later. And then I'm also joined with Devalian, also another caster
Yes.
from THL Discord. So.
Hello. Good to be back.
Yes. So we get 3 hours with Azalea and I keep on wanting to say a Devline, but it's Devilian. Sorry if I keep on mispronouncing. But anyway,
you're stuck with me for the next the next 3 hours. So
that's
you should
right.
Be on top of your game.
I will. So then we're going to be joined by Ron Mexico and Dankus Dad from between 3 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. Then we're going to flip over to Ron Mexico. We're going to punish the viewers out there with another batch of Ron Mexico, and Lotus Knight's going to jump in. So if it lasts that long. So let's jump into it. Azalea, I don't know if you want to basically just describe who's made it in top 16.
Absolutely, yeah. So our top 16 competitors, we have number 1 seeded Dreadeye. We have 8. We have XQMA, Gleamer, Chewy, Ala, Han the Gamble, Recurring, Big House, Pescatarian, Nobody, Shade Slayer, Rusinho, Vegetariamon, Esipetres 1, and we have Black Hole 713. So we have a good mix of seems like the players from all sorts of different discords in the top 16. There isn't one that is just dominating all the competitors.
Yeah, it's been entertaining to try and figure out who's representing what on Battlefy, but thankfully Chad has been very helpful, and as has Mackle. So Devalian, if you want to list off, I guess, what the prizes are going to be, it should be on the pinned in the content chat.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. Sorry, I just came back from lunch. Prizes. Okay, so we have top 16 players. If you win the 2 rounds, you get top 4. 4th place, we do bronze medal match. 4th place, at least I assume we do. Given that 4th place gets 2 Showdown in the Badlands packs and then 10 packs of the Blizzard Standard series, meaning that the cards you open can be from any standard set, but of course the traditional 1 rare guaranteed, 1 epic guaranteed in 10 packs, 1 legendary guaranteed in 40 packs, etc., etc. The 3rd place, besides getting a lovely non-existent bronze medal, gets 7 packs for the current expansion, and as always 10 standard packs. The silver 2nd place gets 15 packs for the current expansion and 20 standard packs, and the 1st place gets 50 standard packs. The winner's choice between the minor pre-order for the next expansion or 40 Showdown the Badlands packs and a wonderful, gorgeous, real Battle of the Discords trophy that I have had the pleasure of seeing posted in the Discord. It's unfinished, but let me tell you, it is a joy to behold. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe it is handmade.
Yes, I don't remember the individual's name offhand, so
Mhm.
Yeah, neither do I. I was hoping you would add that.
it is Chalker7 is what their Discord name is. So
Okay.
he did do a nice trophy there for
Mhm.
Clark Hellscream there in his tournament. So
Yeah.
and it turned out really well. So yeah, we really appreciate really the team at the organizers trying to mentioning Chalker and getting him involved to help us out with the wonderful trophy. So
Mhm.
okay, so with that all mentioned, we do have a match. I don't have don't think the Discord. Oh, it has. Okay, great. I just didn't refresh.
Okay.
So let's talk about what XQME and Lemur brought for decks here. I see the bands are in as well. So
Okay, they are in. Okay, I'll just refresh my page. Awesome. Okay. So,
Sure. So we. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, you can go. You're good.
No. Okay. Sure. So XQME's 3 decks. Next we will be playing with are. I'm sorry. Both players have brought an identical 30-card copy of Enraged Warrior, featuring the new card Gold Panner that draws a card at the end of the turn, fixing Enraged Warrior's really main and only weakness, which was a lack of card draw. And the other 28 cards are all from the Enraged Warrior lists before the expansion came out. Both players have brought a nearly identical Rainbow Mage list, with XQME running the Lady Nazjar and Lemur featuring a one of Tram Mechanic. And both players brought Shamans. Lemur's Reno Shaman actually got banned, but XQME's Reno Shaman is still around, so we in the THL Discord are very familiar with the beauty that is Dr. Holiday, Golganath Thunderer, Astlor Bloodsworn, and a whole bunch of battle cries in a Reno Shaman list. And I, for one, will be looking to see that, fight it out. And then these Druid decks, there was actually some diversity in there, where XQME's Dragon Druid with 2 ofs got banned, and Lemur's Reno Dragon Druid has stuck around. So there is still one Reno deck per class, but for XQME it is the Shaman, and Lemur it is the Druid. So that I think is going to be the real wild card in this match, as the Mage and Warrior decks are, they share 59 out of a possible 60 cards between them.
nice.
Mm-hmm.
Does look like the players are in game. I don't know if we want to just jump in there now, or unless you want to.
Absolutely.
Well, we could still.
All right, if we're jumping in there now, it is time to jump in there. Can you guys see the screen share?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Lemur is going to be first to spectate, so at the bottom of the screen for our viewers, with XQME at the top.
Sounds good.
Oh, well, too late for that.
It's okay.
Lemur has not accepted.
No,
Lemur has not accepted my
Saku's
friend
specking
request.
on his own. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Easy enough. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Wait a minute.
All right, so first match, we have Druid versus Warrior. We're on turn 2, and we've seen Lemur play a Planted Evidence, and options Beetlemancy, Embrace of Nature, and Sunwell. I would expect the Embrace to be picked, yeah. And we're going to see him coin it to forge it, and likely play it to draw what I would guess is a Jump Circle Nourish. All right, Jump Circle. Meanwhile, on XQME's side, he has a Gold Panner out with a Foul Egg. He has pretty good hand here. He's got some good options. The Steam Guardian looking to me like the best option for the turn. Oh, and a 5-mana Trial by Fire. Oh, okay, so Seedsman came out for Lemur. He did use Innervate, so he will be at 5 mana next turn as opposed to the because of that we have So we have 4-mana turn for Eskume. He's debating where to send his attacks currently. He drew Sanguine Depths. So we could see some play with potentially the Imbued Axe if he wants to perhaps get his egg able to attack and with a little extra attack before he goes for it. He could opt to trade this axe into the Widowbloom Seedsman. And there we go. We're going to see 7 attack to the Dome of the Druid from... And a Light of the Phoenix drawn. So the main win con for this Enraged Warrior is going to be trying to use this Imbued Axe with cards like Crazed Wretch and the Depths to get wins. That is another fantastic draw.
Just going through quick some difficulties there with Lemur's hand not showing, so I'm gonna have to just disconnect and stop specking. So.
Okay, cool.
That's why you're having a one-way conversation, buddy.
All good.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, those are 6 cards in Lemur's hand. You know, I hope they're good ones. For the sake of the match.
No, they're pretty good. He has Reno, Amalgam of the Deep, Drum Circle, 5 the Setting Sun, Dragon Golem, and 5-mana Astalor.
Is it high 1 p.m.?
I don't know.
Oh,
He has not played Reno yet because we're not quite to the turn. Looks like XQMA is gonna start looking for some cards here. He did remove the 2-mana Astalor with his Gold Panner because he has the other Gold Panner to play here. It definitely would be awkward drawing 2 cards a turn at this point. Drawing the extra 2, so the Warrior has a lot of cards that are great in his hand.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. And here you do see the power of the Gold Panner, just this one card in Enraged Warrior, as Kume has already drawn over half of his deck by turn 5, which was not really something that was common in Enraged Warrior before, outside of very lucky Acolyte of Pain and Anima Extractor hand buffs. But here he is, with half his deck turned through, a good healthy Reno arriving on turn 8, as I was warned, but forgot because I could not see the hand. And it's going to be interesting. This kind of just has to be the turn off for Enraged Warrior, because Reno can do that.
Yeah, I definitely think that he can get something down. He could play... I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like Thorai come out here with something like a hero power.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree.
Because he probably wants to get something down that can have impact. That can have impact on the next. That can have impact on the next turn for this particular turn. Especially because he's sitting with 10 in hand.
But it's never a good feeling as the Enraged Warrior player to have to already be using your hero power on your 6-mana turn, and if always playing as Thorblor, I mean that's the power of Reno, right? Because in a pre-Reno meta before the expansion, this turn 6 would have been, it could have been anything depending on the board. It could have been Trial of Fire, answer this. Could be start the hand buff train. It could be anything. But here, because of the Reno, it's play a 4/4 that doesn't even have charge and pass, and you never want to be doing your hero power on turn 6.
Yeah.
Wow, Drum Circle.
We get
Disciple of Aeonar? Did he play Disciple of Aeonar beforehand?
No, he played Embrace of Nature.
Thank you.
He played a Discovered Embrace on turn 2, so he got Drum Circle. Now this turn looking.
His game is over.
I wouldn't say that. With Trial by Fire, with Sun Fury's champion, there's definitely there's definitely possibilities for this to there's definitely possibilities for the warrior to definitely make comebacks, especially because we're gonna see multiple Thories get summoned here.
The
As so it'll get summoned back again here with that and with the
The awkward thing about
trial by
the
fire.
Sun Fury Champion Trial by Fire is if you do that, the 1/1s they
Oh no, they all die.
correct me if I'm
Yeah,
wrong, but they all die.
yeah, but yeah, it's for future turns.
But does he have future turns? I mean, best case scenario, he's taking 12, 14 from the hero power, and there's still going to be 18 health worth of taunts. I don't think he's dead, right? But the game is over, in my opinion. Ooh, hero power on 7 again.
Well,
He's been
yeah,
put to the back foot.
yeah, I think that hero power is perfectly fine.
No, I'm not. I think it's the correct decision. The problem is that it's the correct decision because he's not spending his 7 mana, putting threats onto the board. He's spending his 7 mana trying to shut down the Druid's pressure, and that's not normally how this matchup is supposed to go. Normally, the warrior's supposed to deliver the pressure and then see if the Druid can stabilize or not. And sure looks to me like Lemur is stabilized. I don't know what's in his hand, right? His hand could be a whole lot of nothing. But even if his hand is a whole lot of nothing, that's an active Reno, 3, 4, 6s with taunts, and the warrior doesn't have that much. Um, excuse me.
There's a key card. So Jam Session gets picked up for the warrior. Now we're gonna see capabilities for for a pretty nice turn. With the capability to start swinging things back, you do have we have possibilities to set up for a future Olga turn by playing some of these minions and getting
Wretch Jam Session?
potentially.
Potentially, because I like your idea. Ooh.
Yeah, I like this a lot because we're gonna make it so that we're probably gonna use jam sessions here at this point.
After
But just
trading in a
making
1/1,
sure that
yeah.
the Valkyrs are at 2. Yeah.
Okay, so this is again, it's awkward not being able to see Lemur's hands because I feel like I'm shooting in the dark. But I guess the upside of this is I basically get to play for Kume.
Yeah. So at this point, we're probably sending the 2 damage face, and that makes the trades better.
Do a value trade. Oh.
Yeah, this is nice.
Yeah,
the warrior is now. Yep, that's absolutely fine to leave that up. There is no real threat besides 8 mana Acid Lord coming down, but I don't really think that's the big thing. Actually, I think we're gonna see Yogg here. Yogg Saron.
He has Yogg in hand?
Yeah, he drew Yogg.
That's...
He has he's added Yogg, ANR, and Disciple. So this could be a pretty big turn here. For the Druid, the board is likely to get removed by Yogg Saron. If he opts to play that, he hovered Cactus Construct, but
yeah, he can play
we'll
Cactus
see
Construct
what
and
Lemur
have
chooses.
mana for Yogg. I get that.
Yeah, we'll see what Lemur chooses to do here. Could be Cactus Construct and ANR for mana, and then you get to play Yogg, clear the board, and you can use hero power. Okay, so Sheep, Audiomatic, Nerubian Egg, I think likely, yeah, Nerubian Egg, definitely. Ability to summon an X to be a sticky sticky.
Does he have
Ooh,
5
full
in
health,
hands?
okay, I like it.
Does he have 5, the Setting Sun?
Yeah, but it's not discounted at all. There hasn't been a dragon played this game, but this I think this is a slightly slower turn from the Druid. He does get full health, but definitely a bit slow. I could potentially see I think Olgra might clean this board up pretty well. There is an I believe there's an imbued axe in hand as well if we want to just go for the imbued axe play. There's nothing else. Oh, never mind. There was a jam sessions off the top, so there is ways to get more things activated with the axe. Looks like we're going to draw an extra card here for next turn. And,
he's running out of time though. I mean, Lemur's at full. He's at full mana. I mean,
yeah, but this is a lot of damage coming in, and probably one of these has to remove ANR. Yep. But now we get 17 damage face.
17 damage, so that basically undoes the ANR turn. Ooh, what's the dragon? The RNG dragon.
It's Nas the Timeless. It's 7 mana 8/8. So
we wanted to see fast play, and congrats. There's Nas. So everybody who wants to see as many games as possible, right? As many matches as possible. You want to see fast play. Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, I think.
But
yeah. I think Yogg is gonna. I think Yogg has to kind of be the way out here. You could play the Amalgam for a undead. But the egg isn't even an undead, and I don't think the Nerobar is an undead
either. It's the 4/4, right?
We're gonna.
I think the egg is just an egg. Yeah, egg's just an egg. It's the 4/4 that's undead.
Yeah, the 4/4 is an undead. Yeah, I think. Ooh. Or maybe it's something. Maybe it's a beast or something. But anyways, Yogg-Saron is gonna come in and is going to clean this.
I like this play very much.
Probably gonna steal the 10/10. I would just like to steal this 10/10.
Swing into the 7/6 and hope that the spells don't wreck him. That is fine. Pretty meaningless.
Does force a mill. So this card that's on the top does get milled.
Unless it's like specifically Reyastraza, it's unlikely to matter. But I guess it could. And even then, I mean, this isn't the sort of game where the druid needs to worry about milling, about going to fatigue, right? Because it's a card velocity game, and the warrior's just going to put up wave after wave of pressure, and if the druid answers it, he wins, regardless of whether the mill card's just on the bottom of the deck. That's all it is.
So this turn, so this could be a pretty big turn. We do see an Anima Extractor picked up to hand. So 9 mana, realistically, and they do have Embers of Strength to have a fire spell to get buffs to hand. We're looking at something. We're looking at a Crazed Wretch turn here, very likely.
Let's see. Let's hope it doesn't hit the Battle-Worn Faceless. You don't want those buffs on that.
No, but I don't think it will matter as much. We're gonna opt for the draw. Okay, we're gonna get a 1 mana. So we're gonna opt for not playing the Wretches this turn, but trying to save up for the Wretches for the turn after, I guess. Yeah.
You have to OTK. What do they have? 2, 5, 7, 9. It's 27. Okay.
I don't think he got the clear.
Didn't get the hit, no.
Yeah, but the 10-1 here, I would say, is...
Yeah, Wretch 2... Wait,
Yogg going down was the important
2 attack,
thing there.
2 attack. So that's 9, Imbued Axe 11, 13. 20, so 27 potential, theoretically, on board state, right? Because you'll have a 7 attack Crazed Wretch, X3 with Battle-Worn, and another 6 attack Crazed Wretch.
29 plus the buffs from the axe.
Where are you getting 29 from? Wait, am I miscounting?
The imbued axe.
Yeah, so 3 from the Wretch, plus 2 for damage, plus 2 from axe, that's 7. Copy that twice with 2 Faceless, 21. 2 from the Wretch, 2 from axe, 2 from damage buff, that's 27, is what I see.
Okay, I was just looking at my tracker for it, so I don't know. Maybe maybe tracker's just wrong. I don't know.
No, I'm probably wrong.
Damage to face is all is really worried about.
Yeah, I mean, what's important is that he's showing. What's important is that lethal is showing on board.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yes. Board. Oh, I was counting the Crazed Wretch hand OTK. Oh.
No, I was just showing board damage. But regardless here, Olgra regardless, your ogre will
Yeah.
create lethal. So looks like
I
Eskume
do
is going to
believe I
take
am
game
eating
1.
crow. I am eating crow. I was not expecting the warrior to ever be able to come back from that Reno lock. Very well played. That is wow. I have
Yeah,
just been
that's going to
hoisted
be
by
it.
my own petard.
Good old Algra. Last day on day 1, Algra was being a beast. So comes back and Eskume gets the win.
Can oh thank you, Saku. Wow.
There you go.
Time to yeah. I feel like it's my vision. Oh well. Well, we'll make do. My eyesight has always been poor,
okay.
but we'll make do. Let's see what I get. This little small screen. I feel like I'm 90 years old with the way my eyes work.
Well, you should be able to enlarge it, but all right. So let's see. What do you think Lemur is going to bring and Eskume is going to end up bringing? Since his warrior went and won already.
Ooh, that's a good question.
So does Lemur?
I could see the mage from Eskume. I think Lemur probably wants to run out the druid. I don't know these things that well. My strength is not picking decks. I usually just go with what I feel like and end up losing. So maybe I should get better.
I think just based off of, I could see Eskume bringing mage.
Yes, I agree with it.
It's just up to comfort for Lemur if he feels like.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, not much he could have done that druid game.
Nope. So, here we go.
I want a friend Lemur. Oh no. Okay, wait. Let me test my eyesight.
Sure.
Eskume's hand. Prismatic Elemental Inspiration, Lady Nazjar, and is that Void Scripture?
Yep.
Okay, wow. It took me some time. Oh wait, I can just see that on Hearthstone. Oh, that's not too bad. I can choose. Yep, Druid versus Mage. Wait, I predicted it right. Dang.
There you go.
Woo!
You're one for one, so we're
full mulligan.
Yep.
Well, 1 for 2. 1 for 2. I was not expecting that warrior win.
Okay.
Welcome back, Azana.
Thank you. Interesting. Kind of. Oh no, they didn't show the mulligan.
Reno. Oh.
They did. Yeah, I just forgot to mention it.
Need some top decks.
Oh yeah, no, I meant the game wasn't showing me the mages.
I assume
mulligan until after.
Geist?
I assume this is Umbrogeist because I feel like Druid wants some cards to play in between. Yup.
It's
I like that very much.
Yeah.
Because you have 2 8-drops in hand, you're gonna need cards to tide you over until you have 8 drops. I think Umbrogeist is correct pick. Good.
Yeah, it has
meanwhile, Eskume, turn 1. Could be a Flame Geyser, could be a Worm. I feel like, well, no, because I know the hand. I know that Amalgam is a threat, but you can play around it, but you might want to keep Flame Geyser for kills. I'm not much of a Rainbow Mage player, but I think it's Worm here. Yeah, it's Worm here. Okay. Ooh. Lemur's luck run's good. That's just another card to go in between those turn 8. Sheesh. Amalgam? Okay. Azalea, I'm thinking Sylvanas, perhaps? Kill a Sif?
No, because if Sif comes down, the game's like, yeah, I think Gatekeeper is a better pickup here. The reason being, Sylvanas is cool. Sylvanas might have been more something that you could take a minion from, like, from the Elemental, but an inspiration. I think in this specific matchup, I don't think that Sif is ever coming down early. But yeah.
All right. Oh, that is the 3rd copy of Void Scripture if Eskume wants it. There is some diminishing returns, but Void Scripture is a good card.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Wild Spirits just to get that nature spell already. Scripture is obviously a very good card. It's one that is since it's a 2 of already, it's sometimes good to just pick the card that's already in your deck, but we're gonna opt to see the nature spell pick to hand. He currently has played no. There's currently no played spell schools for the mage, but that's pretty expected as of turn 2. From here, we should be seeing
Plenty of time.
various spells just weaved in and out with the
Ooh.
discovery and from deck. Some good.
Goldwing is surprisingly good here, I think.
Is
It's just a killer.
I don't know if there's a mech in the hand to. Yeah, there's no other mech to give it the
It
Wind
doesn't
Fury.
count
It's a very
itself.
good
I'm
card
sorry, I'm
though.
an idiot.
It's okay. It was a good. It's
I'm
a
an idiot.
decent
I'm
enough
sorry.
card to pick up. It's a 4 mana 3/5 rush if it's needed next turn. The taunt in itself
I was
might
just
be
thinking
pretty
Druid
good.
doesn't have much removal. I was just thinking he would
Oh
want,
no, it's all good.
want extra removal, right? Because he has what? Spinetail Drake is the only removal before turn 8? No, he has Emberwhelp. He has Emberwhelp in the deck. Okay, so 2 removal.
Yeah, I'd say most of the dragon decks have like a couple of ways to remove things before Reno. From the mage perspective here, I wonder if we're considering either second prismatic or if we're gonna opt for the wild spirits and maybe even playing an artificer to get some armor early on. It's pretty unfortunate for the mage to not see their weapon early on, but he'll make do.
We got Fox and Bear. Okay, Fox recently nerfed, unfortunately, so that means that Prismatic Elemental has to finish it off.
Yeah.
Fox used to be a 3/1, right? Like, I'm not insane, right?
No, it got nerfed last expansion. Yeah, it was nerfed in the beginning. It was nerfed in the beginning of last expansion.
Sheesh, feels like yesterday.
Yeah, so for this turn 4, I could see Goldwing being a good way to remove the Artificer, especially going into turns where you can see Cold Case and Volume Up, which can easily really stack the armor in the mage's favor. Looks like we're gonna start with a Planted Evidence, potentially. No card is played, but I wouldn't mind either of those 2 plays. All right, yeah. Oh, we find a Flipper Friends.
A Lunar Eclipse, a Flipper Friend. Nobody cares about Unending Swarm.
Yeah, Swarm isn't particularly good in this deck at the moment.
I could see either a Flipper Friend to just wreck the board, a Lunar Eclipse. What's that Seedling at? How many more turns for the Seedling?
It's got 2 more turns left.
2 more turns, then it's not an Eclipse. It's Flipper. Yeah, it's Flipper Friends. Yeah,
yep,
I was thinking one more turn, maybe you can keep
full removal of board.
Yep. Bear comes down. Bear has been nerfed.
No, Bear is same.
Mighty Threat.
Bear's the same.
Bear was a 2/5, I thought.
No, okay. Bear was always. Maybe it was nerfed a long time ago, but definitely not recently.
No, not recently. Not recently at all.
There's a Frostspell, Nature Spell. We are played a Nature Spell, so Flash isn't the best. It is a draw. Glacial Advance could be interesting, though.
I actually am starting to think maybe Flash of Lightning just because his hand is not the best. His hand has no velocity. I think I agree with you that Frost is a good spell school to pick up. I agree with you that Bridge Riff is just stats, but he doesn't really have much to play next turn if he picks either of those. Oh, I'm sorry, the turn after if he picks Bridge Riff, and next turn if he picks Glacial Advance. I don't know. I think there's good arguments to be made for anything, though. I would lean towards Flash in this scenario, but I agree with you. I think both your
we do see the
points
Flash picked up. Yeah. So we're gonna get in the immediate draw and a discovery.
It's a good one. That's a shadow spell. Holy. Does he want holy?
Maki Roll might be the pickup for.
Spell, but
he could go for the holy
spell.
So that's good.
Yeah.
Gonna pick up the Maki Roll. It could come in use later on, or it can just be played once for a heal.
I agree.
We are
not a good spell, but it is a new spell school.
We are creeping closer and closer to turns that are going to be pretty good here for the for the Druid, but for now we are one turn away from the Frost Lotus Seedling blossoming. We are it's I
Which
think
awkward turn.
yeah,
Because
it's a bit mana awkward, definitely. I could see um there's no
if it weren't for
reason
the
to play
Seedling,
there's no reason to play the Gatekeeper. The draws have been good enough. Oh, that is a that will maybe come in handy later. It's not
that can hit RNG things, but in the deck, it's really
there
only
is nothing,
Naz'car.
yeah. Yeah, it's just
I mean, that can hit
Lady.
like an RNG Arcane Defender. No, it can't hit an RNG Arcane Defenders.
No.
Actually, I don't think that card is good at all. I think it has
Yeah.
no good hits. It can hit
Yeah.
RNG, but like hitting RNG, I mean, it's not the place you want to be as Druid, which has Reno to hit RNG.
No, it's just a random discover. It's
Yeah,
probably
it's not
never
really gonna change much.
it's probably not gonna see it's not gonna get played.
Yeah.
But on the mage side, that's cold case volume up fire sale. Um
Volume
cold
up is
I love
is
I think in this case I think cold case is an excellent pickup here.
over volume up.
Um
I'm
I
thinking that he wants to get through to those cold cases in the deck and to get to the things like the
Yeah, and
Sith,
he does
the
have so
Inspiration.
I'm guessing we're gonna see a coin here to get the hand small enough to just rip. I'll say I thought we might see the coin to rip the volume up now, which would activate its effect and would leave him at, I believe. Now that might have been a full hand, but regardless, we do see Flame Geyser, and we see the 1/2 elemental come in.
Yep.
So getting wider on board, which is something that mage in this matchup really has to take advantage of, is getting wide on board. Does obviously he knows that there's Reno. I would imagine that he has to have an idea that these two cards from the mulligan are expensive.
Yes.
They're either expensive or they're useless, and I would guess he's gonna think expensive.
Yes. If it's useless, you're lucky.
Yeah,
Cool. If it's
and
expensive, you're playing around it.
yeah, I like this idea to play the Goldwing here to remove to remove the 2/3, and then definitely have options here to start chunking damage into the going face, and also now the druid's gonna try and match being wide, which I like a lot, especially having a taunt in the way. Going to give the Miracle Salesman can just will be a very nice thing for the mage to trade in, but realistically, there isn't a Sif. We're not super close to any combo, but pickup
No, and
of
the mage is gonna.
inspiration. That is 3. I wouldn't hate coining out the inspiration if just to really push the board.
I think the mage is gonna want to try his hardest to keep that combo ready for after Reno to try and put like a medium board, get the Reno, and
Mhm,
then play everything.
sure.
I'm not sure if that's manageable, but I'm thinking like maybe the first use of Elemental Inspiration to bait the Reno, then you wait your turn and then you try and sit him down. The
Sure,
Seedling 10
we need
armor is
to
useful.
but we do need to see yeah, we do need to see the sift in hand.
Oh yes, of
That's
course, of
nice.
course,
But
of course.
this is
And I'm
excellent. We
thinking
got
this is
oh,
wisdom. You got to dig for Sif. Yeah, yeah. He agrees with this. You got to dig for Sif. By the way,
yeah,
Miracle
don't play it
Salesman.
this turn, but you can play it next turn.
Miracle Salesman.
Now is probably forced. Gonna take a mill. Oh no, never mind. Sorry, no mill. There was a
Yeah,
apparently there was a temporary Holy Maki roll in the hand. So that was a
yeah.
good spot by XQMA to just say, okay,
And
I'm not milling. Splish splash.
Miracle Salesman has been just for me. It's just been a standout card, standout overperformer. Where especially in this
Hmm,
Rainbow Mage deck, where you
sure.
can turn the drawback of just having a card taking up your hand into 0 mana, deal 5, 6, 7 damage, and I think it's very good on the Brewers spot it, and I think that it's going to come in handy. I think he's going to want to keep back as much removal as possible, especially with this seedling coming up. And I'm thinking that it could be valuable to push through those last points of damage.
Yeah, no, I'm guessing we're gonna with all the with the double wisdom of Norganons. I don't think we're ever gonna have to trade the snake oil. I do like the Splish Splash Whelp pickup here, plus the 5. So now the Druid does have some good threats, and we'll remove the armor gain. The Druid from here will just want to be.
Is that the third Wisdom of Norganon just drawn?
Yes, that is the second from deck.
Sheesh.
So
that's the full deck. That's drawn through your deck. That is now he starts thinking about pivoting towards the combo kill. I'm thinking this is probably Inspiration turn. How many spell schools has he cast? I'm thinking it's It's Nature. It's Holy.
It's been 5.
It's
5.
Yeah.
It's 5. The one he has.
Oh right, deck tracker.
Surprisingly has no. I just moused the card. But that's the 6th. He had not played Frost. That is 7.
That's 7, right? He hasn't played Shadow yet because he hasn't voiced.
Yeah. But that's smart to pick up to do reverberations on the 5, and it gives him, and it does lessen the hand amount. So we're gonna. So there's A&R for the Druid. Druid doesn't really have a reason probably do anything but play Rheastraza here. And because you can take the trades onto the skeletons if you'd like. And probably
I like
should trade
having
at least one.
Tank things. I also think that when you can play your big yellow card and you're not getting blown out for it, like Rheastraza is taking the turn off, right? Because the value starts next turn. I'm thinking this is
yeah.
and I would think about it, but I'm thinking this is a Rheastraza play.
But there's definitely enough, like... Yeah, ooh, that was a twisting...
Ooh, that is not bad, actually. That can hit the second elemental inspiration after Reno takes the first one. That's actually not bad.
No, that's a good pickup. That's a good shadow spell for sure. But I like the Rheastraza here. Then you take the then you can trade the Splish Splash into the 2/2 and then get to go face for 3 and remove all the armor with the Gold Wing. Or he could the other option is just to not deal with it and to just send 5 damage face.
No, I think you want to keep your health total as high as possible.
Yeah. And it is.
I think that you're gonna win the late game, right? You have quite literally infinite dragons.
Okay.
I think every trade at this point is value when you only push face when the board is empty. But that's just my play style. I see. Oh boy, man! I wish I could see that. I wish I could see those cards in game because now there's so many cards in hand. But Thank you. Inquisitive Creation. Wait, how much is his creation on? Is it on 7?
Doing 7.
7. Thank you. That's probably a little early to use it. I'm thinking you're gonna want to play 1 Wisdom, leave 2 back, and see what comes with. Oh wait, that's Kume. I can look at Kume's hand in my own game.
So.
Oh, there we go. I assume this is gonna be Wisdom.
Firelands Portal. You know.
Firelands.
Firelands is your best option.
Yeah, that's not nothing. It's a Stegodon.
Rushers? 1 rusher. Okay.
Could have been worse. Could have been better. I think you have to save. Yep.
Well, this forces Reno. For sure.
Or Twisting Nether. I think it's Reno though.
I would not want to play. I would not want to play Twisting Nether if I have my Rheastraza on board and I can just remove their side. Okay, options: Spinetail, Sleepy, Amalgam. Yeah, Spinetail is good. It costs 0 mana.
Free Spinetail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you just run out Spinetail to try and push damage? Is the question. What's he at right now? He's at 8, 9.
I would hero.
18.
Yeah, no matter what we're hero powering.
Right? I'm just thinking about, does this set up 2-turn lethal? going to be at 18. That would be 16, 14. Yeah, that does set up two-turn lethal if he uses the Spine Tail for free. And that
Sure.
forces, removal spells, even if it's just a ping, it still forces that ping to be used on the 1/1 instead of face. I like this play very much. I like this play very much. I like the Spine Tail Drake to set up two-turn lethal. Not everything has to be value. He's recognizing that it's time for him to go push the initiative, and I think it's the correct decision.
Absolutely. But the mage here is likely to just play creation, to remove the board. As it does a lot of as it has 7 mana on it, 7 damage. So, yeah. So there won't be we'll dodge the 2-turn.
Oh yes, of course.
As
but
the mage,
you make him have it.
Sure.
And when you think about it, I mean, the Dragon Egg is going to get many better dragons than just a 5/4. I think it's a perfect use of resources. Which one is that? Is that the restore through? Oh, it's the Buffle. Oh, there's the keyboard. I think it's a little late for that.
Yeah, but it's still nice to have. Can equip it.
That's true.
Can still
You're not
equip
wrong.
it. Discovery of Magic for multi-strike, okay.
And now he has fell.
Yeah, we're gonna see creation and probably a ping face.
I'm thinking he runs out multi-strike. Oh, he's worried. What's he worried about?
Ooh, there's Fi. That's a very nice. That's a very good Fi pickup for Lemur.
Yes, it is. I think this is.
That's fine. You take that mill for what you have in hand. It's fine.
Yep. Alright. Try and map out
picked
this
an Estimatron.
I mean, it gives him 14 mana. I understand the logic. When he's close to 30, I do understand the logic. Especially because the mage so often can deal, 20, 30 damage straight from hands. I get it, actually. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I like that play. I think I still would have picked Fi. I think I'm tempted by the allure of shiny 0 mana Lifesteal Dragon. But the more I'm thinking about this, the more I'm liking this. Because he puts himself, well above 30. He puts himself at 43, actually. And this can be...
I would just...
Yeah, you can see the plan was to Gatekeeper until he threw that drum circle.
He just jumped.
And you know what? Setting up that 2-turn lethal forced out the creation. Now he needs a second creation. Now he needs a different kind of board wipe. And the second creation is the best outcome for Kume, because if he has to use a board wipe on this, that's damage that he's not pushing face.
Second creation and Fi in the bottom 6 of the deck currently is going to be forced to trade the Snake Oil away here, just to go digging potentially.
That hurts. You're completely correct. I think he is forced to trade. I think he's coming to that conclusion. Yeah, Azalea, that's completely right.
There's any number of good draws here. If we do see the Sif draw, I do not believe there's enough damage in hand to kill.
6, so that's what?
Because of
7, right?
I mean that's just 43. 10, it's very unlikely.
12, 19. No, that's 19 damage right now. He's digging.
Discovery doesn't find any. Discovery finds Sigil, only a Fell spell, and a Fell spell doesn't remove anything, and it looks like...
Desperation. I'm thinking the match is tied.
Yeah, there is lethal showing on board.
Yep. Match is tied. He's just gonna count lethal. He's just gonna pick any random dragon and attack.
I think he just has to hero power, right? Yeah, and then 21 on board. Okay.
21. That beats 20.
Yeah.
All right. So
well played on both sides. A little unfortunate to not get the second creation, which would have probably makes the game a lot more difficult for the Druid if that gets cleared. But well done by both players, and we're heading into game 3 at a 1-1 score.
Tied at 1. We got Kume has still the mage and the shaman, and Lemur has Mage and Warrior, if I'm correct.
I believe so.
Well, you know what I want to see the most? I want to see this pivotal Game 5, and I want to see frogs. I want to see 9 frogs in Game 5.
Well, we might
THL
depending
Legends.
on depending on depending
Come
on the
on.
queues,
You
we
don't
might.
like frogs, Azalea? Everyone loves a frog.
Huh? Oh, I was. No, I never. What?
Uh,
No, I'm just saying. Depending on queues, it might happen before, which he queues
I
the
know,
shaman now.
No, I think it's a good decision, but no. A good hand for, or good card for the mage. Good hand for the mage. Not great, but good. Shaman, same thing. That's Holiday on 5 if he wants to.
Well, yeah, I would imagine that would be the case. Mage
Yeah,
has a
but
pretty nice hand to start. Any one of the two between Salesman and Tram Mechanic are both good plays on turn 1. Lemur's gonna look to be mousing over the Tram Mechanic, and we're likely to see that come out. There we go.
hmm hmm I'm curious. Why Tram Mechanic over Miracle Salesman?
Because he's probably gonna he might coin the Miracle Salesman here.
Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense then.
I think either is fine. I personally, I probably play the Salesman, but I don't think that Shaman. I don't think Shaman particularly has a way to kill either. So,
No, I like
yeah.
here. I like Watcher of the Sun running out.
Okay, we don't. I don't know
Contest
the
the board.
ETC. I do not know this ET. What's in the ETCs for these
Take a
players?
look. Oh, it doesn't say.
It doesn't say it on the Battlefy.
Wait. I'm gonna copy that deck list and I'm gonna move it to Donkey Talk and I'm gonna see if that works. By the way, shout out to Donkey, who is engineer for Vicious Syndicate. You have to shout out the Discord and a great resource that absolutely everybody should be using. We use it in THL. You should absolutely check it out. Check out Vicious Syndicate. I actually don't. Is it com or org? But
It's
whichever one
com.
it is
It's
for
.com.
.com for hard hitting data analysis, new roundups or whatever they call them out every couple of weeks, and it's always top of the game, and every aspiring Hearthstone pro should use them, and even Hearthstone amateurs because they're fun to read. Let me see if I can find this ETC actually. Deck viewer, ads. Please show me. Show the ETC. Paste, add. It does. The ETC band is Glacial Shard, Rustdrop Viper, and Speaker Stomper. Okay, so traditional picks. Again, shout out to Vicious Syndicate, one of our partners for Battle of the Discords. Meantime, we have a small hand in terms of cards from the mage that needs some things to bide his time until the scriptures can become effective. But Reverberation helps that way, and the tradables and the sludge. There's some cards to use in the meantime, and the shaman has an ETC that works great against the mage. Glacial Shard can freeze an awkward minion if necessary, but you normally get it for the Viper to kill off the weapon or the Speaker Stomper to delay a Sif turn when needed. That is an excellent ETC band. Resistance Aura, by the way, amazing pickup. That is that that can just that can stop a lot of Sif shenanigans combined with that ETC. Holiday on 5, Golganeth on 6. Especially after that Warrior game, I'm not gonna jump to conclusions. I've learned my lesson, but if I were XQMA, I would absolutely be feeling very happy with my hand and my board state. What say you, Azalea?
Yeah, it looks like a very solid curve. for sure.
Do you think Altered Chord is a worthwhile nature spell?
Um, perhaps. Um, I think Lay Down the Law is also okay because it's 1 mana draw 1.
That's true. It's not just Holy Spell, it's also tradable. That's a good point. I had
Yeah.
not considered that. There's a Reno. I actually. No, it's still useful in this matchup because of Elemental Inspiration. And I mean, I am looking for not playing Resistance Aura. I'm looking for not playing your only playable. I'm looking for the disciplined play of either Hero Power Pass or just Pass. And I think Hero Power is slightly better. But I want to save that Resistance Aura for when I've presented a couple frogs, I'm a little bit away from lethal, and I want to just stop the Sith. Oh, but he's looking forward to denying Lemur's card draw. Oh, he's playing very proactively. He wants to stop the setup. I'm not sure I agree with this, because Snake Oil tradable already gets around Resistance Aura, and there are things like, as we just see right here, Prismatic Elemental. I'm not sure I actually like this play, given the knowledge that you have the Snake Oil in hand. Not considering the Lay Down the Law, right? Because Kume doesn't know about that. But just because the idea of Resistance Aura early is to deny the setup so that you don't need to deny the Sith because Mage never finds Sith. But given that he already has card draw and 5 unknown cards, I don't know. Ooh, always punished. Always punished. I'm liking Holiday. Now I get to plug THL. We are about to see Staff of the Nine Frogs. One of my wild team, Staff of the Five Dubs, is based off of this card. If you like casually competitive Hearthstone, if you like being with great cool people like Saku, like Azalea Akari, and if you like being with less cool people like me, you should definitely check out THL. Discord is always friendly. We have 3 separate, standard series, a wild series, and a trios series. So there is something for everyone. THL, fellas, check it out.
Good shout out
That
there.
was not scripted. That was not scripted, but it probably should have been.
Off the cuff. There you go. Couldn't ask for better.
Azalea has been on my team in seasons past.
Mm-hmm.
Great partner, great player, very fun to cast. But more importantly, we have seen the first frog. We are about to see the second frog. It is time. Copa, I hope you're here. I hope you're in chat. I hope you're watching. There are frogs on the field. I am loving every minute of this. And a prison on 7. Oh boy.
There you go.
And again, oh man. Oh, some of my favorite cards. Holiday, Golganeth, Reno, Prison. Oh, that curve. 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. Who do we appreciate? Shaman. Pardon me. Who else? Who else we appreciate? I'm scrolling. What's the next? All right, I'm gonna reveal. I'm on the next scheduled shout out, so I'm currently looking to see who that is. It would have been nice if I had pulled at it beforehand. You know who else we appreciate? Looking. Of course. Next up is Coin Concede, an excellent Hearthstone podcast. If you guys like podcasts, and they have their own Discord channel and a whole bunch of Twitter personalities that always provide X personalities. Pardon me, excuse me. That always provide cogent analyses, and it's a great place. Ran by some great people. I'm totally not biased that these people beat me a lot.
That's fine.
But no shame.
It's headed up by Wicked Good, and I'm trying to obviously Edelweiss, and then their newest member.
Yeah. They added a new third member. Okay. I
was trying to remember the name offhand, but I'm just looking at Discord right now, and it is Magesa? Mage?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Magesa. So Magesa. So.
Oh,
Mhm.
wait. So only 2 of the 3 members have beaten me now. Okay.
Here you go. You get
No, I just.
step on in. All right. So what's going on in the match here, guys?
Whoa, orange V12 armor. Orange
So,
V12 armor. That could be big.
Prison of Yogg-Saron played Badlands Bandit, which created an entire board because of the Shaman's Hand being very full. So Star Power is picked, and the Star Power is going
There
to
goes the board.
end up removing the entire board.
Mhm.
Doesn't necessarily have to play it here again.
I
Can
kind of like Cold Case. I like
can do
Arcane
like
Artificer
Artificer Cold Case.
Yeah. Yep.
That's a good choice as well.
Let me checking out what's happening in the rest of the bracket. Dreadeye beat 8 in 4 games. Chewy swept Allah. Recurring beat upset Han the Gamble in 5. Big House beat Pescatarian in 4. Nobody beat Shade Slayer in 7. And Black Hole beat ESEPETRES 1 in 4. So this is actually the penultimate match. Rasinho and Vegetariamon are currently on their deciding game 5. Now back to your regularly scheduled Hearthstone content.
Yeah. So we're gonna the next round after this Lemur and Excumate match.
We're just gonna hop in.
Yeah, we're gonna jump into Big House and Nobody. So
Okay.
tune into that since Big House I believe was undefeated. So we're trying to focus on.
Sheesh.
Oh yeah.
So.
Sheesh.
But before we go into those, we gotta finish this one.
Yeah, so Gree partner here to grab a coin.
I would like to be a little annoyed at Excumate because he missed the 3rd frog. He prioritized an extra bandit over the 3rd frog, and I gotta say, not very frogalicious of you. It was the correct play, don't get me wrong. It was the correct play, but still. Here comes the 4th frog. Here comes probably Pearly? Maybe Burly and Pearly? Burly and Pearly, yup, okay.
And down with the ship to put a couple of plagues in the deck.
I'm thinking that it would have been better to play the Wind Fury one after Down with the Ship. But I don't think it's a big deal. I would have done Reborn, Down with the Ship, then Wind Fury. But I think these are tiny percentages. Okay. What do you think, Azalea? Do you think Yogg for Tentacles? Oh, never mind. No, not with these draws. All of a sudden, Crusader War is looking good. School Teacher's looking good. Command is looking good.
I think we're gonna see that with Command of Neptulon.
Yep.
And because that's a Wind Fury, they can send the first. They're gonna get a lot of chip damage in here with the with their 2 miners, and we're gonna the 2 bandits, and we're gonna see
I think he's considering, does he go for lethal, and I don't think you do. I think you save prison.
I don't. Yeah, I agree with not using the Prison of Yogg here. You can remove your own board, and Lemur with just pretty poor draws all around.
Yep.
Does not get a win with that mage, and the shaman gets through.
Yep. Frog.
Oh.
It's just the mage left for Excumate, yeah?
Yes. It is mage, and then on the other side it is warrior and mage.
Mage, yeah.
I'd be pretty surprised to not see because this is single Elim bracket. I wouldn't be surprised to see the warrior here. But we're gonna see a mage mirror.
Mage mirror.
So Lemur He's gonna go with the
Lemur has.
he's gonna go with the mirror match over going for the warrior. Gonna save that for game
Remember, these
5.
decks have 29 cards in common. The only difference is Lemur has that Fram mechanic we saw, getting out some early pressure, and Excume has the Lady Nazar for a little bit more top end. I feel like that has to help Excume, but what do you think?
I think I don't know how much the percentages change on that, but I would tend to favor the tram mechanic because because of the fact it gives the barrel of sludge, but also it's a lot of this matchup is going to be fighting for board.
Yeah.
I don't really think combo is going to come into too much. Is going to really come into play much in this type of matchup.
I agree, and as you can see, Lemur agrees as well, firing off that Flame Geyser on 1 instead of saving it for combo turn.
Yeah, that's good.
I think it is.
Yeah, this is a very. Both players actually have a very good hand. With the keyboard, both sides gonna have their cosmic keyboards. There is cold case on both sides, in both hands. So be interesting to see the lines that these players take. We're gonna see double keyboard as always, and potentially Lemur can just go for the coin cold case here, as Escume's not able to play any car is not able to play any of his cold cases this turn, but could potentially go with a geyser of his own and just go with a ping to just get some chip damage in and get I guess it would use up one of the charges of the keyboard. Likely to just go with a ping at least, which is very awkward.
Save up for cold case on 4.
Yeah, just it's just awkward mana, for Excume on the mage. So yep, just a ping pass. Meanwhile, we're going to see coin cold case from Lemur, which will get followed up by a cold case from the other from
Oh man,
as well.
Maze mirrors, everybody. They're cold. But little does Lemur know that Excume has that second cold case.
Yeah, I do like playing the Void Scripture here, looking for potentially playable some good playable spells. Could potentially pair it with the Artificer. I'm not so sure I like that as much. But
yeah,
just kind of debating order. Looks like Lemur's just trying to figure out which order of how he wants to order things between attacking and playing cards from hand.
You know what I don't hate? Just running out the 4 1-drops.
The reason I'm not a big fan of that is because you're kind of dumping your entire hand in the process. And
yeah, but it allows Void Scriptures to hit a 3-drop. Oh, let's see what he does.
Wait, guess we're gonna.
I guess he's dumping.
Yeah.
I don't know. The way I approach it is I like saving Void Scriptures as long as possible, but I also agree that it's not a bad idea to just play it and look for a thing. But I do like waiting for that turn 7, 8, 9 to start scripturing. That way you can get, you can get Wisdom, you can get Firelands Portal, you can get all these high impact spells that if you cast it on turn 5, you don't get a free copy.
Yeah. But it makes sense. The matchup is really about a lot about the board, and so playing 4 minions. Definitely
And you know what? If he uses a
definitely is
creation,
board presence.
if he uses a creation, you know what that is? That's a creation he doesn't get to use on Elemental Inspiration.
Oh, absolutely. I would guess we're probably just gonna see the second cold case here.
Maybe with the Geyser,
along with
maybe
the
not.
So just
Geyser.
alright.
So we are gonna see the creation. I guess he was trying to figure out what spell he had to play. And nothing playable at the moment.
And you know what? If I were Lemur, I'd be happy with that. That is, as I mentioned, that's just something you have now 2 Elemental Inspirations, and they now have 1 Inquisitive Creation. And the 3/4, yeah, it's bored, but it doesn't really put down pressure. It's more of a value trade engine. I think you've got to be happy with this as Lemur. You have your creation taken down 4 1-drops instead of 7 4/5s. You've got to be thrilled.
Oh yeah,
However,
I was more referring to the scripture picks when I said that.
Oh,
but
sorry,
yeah.
sorry. I thought you had
none of the
handled
cards
that.
none of the cards from Voice Scripture were copyable. But I believe this. I did like the Sunwell pick. He can fill a hand and get all sorts of random cards for Mage to play
Absolutely.
around
And
with.
even from other classes, he could get a Fel spell from another class. He could get a Holy spell from Paladin. Oh wait, is Sunwell holy? Sunwell might be holy.
Sunwell is holy, so it wouldn't necessarily matter for holy spells.
He could get a Fel spell.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, any number of spell scrolls necessary to help with Sif. Gets the snake oil back. That's pretty good. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Sunwell ripped here potentially.
He's thinking about creation. I know it. I know it from that attack, but I'm not sure I like. Okay. I'm not sure I like it. I don't know.
So we're gonna see a trade and see what happens to get a reverberations.
He's doing creation. He's doing creation. With that word, he's doing creation. Yep. I understand that play actually. That board is not 4 1-drops. That board is for like 3/3s. I actually do understand that play. I know you want to save it for inspiration, but I think that board was what, 12 damage. I think that's worth it. Now, the more I think about it, the more I like it. However, that does mean they're now equal on the creation games. So that's props to the first person who finds either the creation, because they both have an inspiration in hand, but they neither of them have the second inspiration and neither of them have the second creation. So this is going to be an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, it'll be pretty interesting. The other difference is the amount of 4/5s that these inspirations are giving right now are not terribly large. The one that XQMA has is only 2. And I believe the 2 played are Fire. Is it Fire and Arcane? Probably. I need to get the listing.
You guys, I'd like to apologize.
It was
in advance.
Frost. It was Frost and Fire. So we're just gonna see that rip. So they will get the 7/7
and the 7/7.
Actually, that was a very good pickup to get.
Rush, Reborn, and a 7/7
to get the Rusher.
Oh, that might even be better.
The Poisonous that can attack the 7/7.
Poisonous is huge.
So that forces XQMA to either use Reverberations, to use the Arcane Bolt in hand. But I would lead with Discovery of Magic here to see what.
I agree.
Maybe you can use the Bolt first if you want, but
I'd also like to apologize if You guys get any feedback? My roommate believes likes to blast music very loudly, so hopefully that doesn't show up on screen.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine.
Finds
Yeah,
Garden,
I
Sigil of Wisdom.
I have applied to move
I
out
think
next
you
semester.
just
Okay.
think you take the Wisdom
Yeah.
of Norgan on
I'm sick of
here.
it. But back to the Hearthstone. Back to the Hearthstone.
Wisdom is
God,
very
it's
good
awful.
here.
Oh, it's hurting my ears. Do you think this is how much mana has he spent on Holy Spells this game? Probably not very much. It's probably just Wisdom.
I think it's none.
Probably just, I think this is Wisdom. Could be Sigil. Could be Sigil to get the Fell Spell.
Potentially. Looks like looks like that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play it because it's a fell spell.
And it draws an extra card. I see
yeah.
that. I see that. It's not like you're gonna play the cards you draw off of Wisdom this turn. I see
Mhm.
that. I see that.
Okay.
Ooh, forcing the 4/5 to trade in. Take that 7 damage face. I like that very much.
Yeah. This looks. It's interesting. This is the second creation has been drawn for Lemur. I think the hand size difference, which won't matter as much because of Sigil of Time being played. I wonder if we see the second inspiration now that there is now that it has 4 minions in it. Could opt for Prismatic as well and try to discover something to play. I do like getting rid of the armor creation, and we're gonna rip it. Okay, any rushers? No. There's stealth.
Lifesteal is not nothing. Reborn is great.
Stealth,
Reborn
Lifesteal,
stops.
double Reborn.
Reborn stops the creation if he draws it from just clearing the board off hands.
Yeah.
There's the creation.
So it does 5, so it would be able to. So
But now he has to trade off the 3/3, the 1/1, and a ping, or use spells.
Yeah.
I like Reborn's great. Reborn and Divine Shield. Those were the keys.
So we're gonna see. So we're gonna look for some form of removal. There's
Starlight Groove. If only.
Feral Spirit's a pretty good pickup here.
Yeah,
for
I like
sure.
Feral Spirit. It's also a nature spell.
Yeah, just for more
I
spell
love-
schools. I might still also have played Discovery first to look at what I have look at the schools I haven't played yet, but this is fine.
Ooh. I'm sure he's tracking it though. I'm sure he's tracking the schools he's playing.
Oh, sure. I would definitely imagine that he's keeping track of it, but I might have wanted to look for
just
them.
To be safe.
I might have just gone looking in there because you could maybe find a way to get more clear. Gonna just keep pushing damage, which I really like. The health total difference is quite large in this game now, and that really plays into Eskume's favor. Both inspirations gone and creation and been answered. Really the big thing would be like discovering another one. Breakdance is an interesting card. It's not gonna have any huge significance right now.
Cold Feet? Maybe, probably not. I think it's.
You could
I think
you
you're
could
right.
you could pick and hold it.
Yeah, these are awkward choices.
And I think having a even if it's like a playable 0 cost card, so that way you can we're gonna go looking.
Oh, he's gonna double dip. He's gonna try again.
Absolutely fine. Light of the Phoenix is a good pickup there. It's 1 mana.
That's a fire spell. He's running out of time. Ooh.
Oh, he gets it off. Yeah.
No, but he doesn't get to play a worm if he draws it. Oh no, he drew a worm. Does he? Oh no.
I don't think not playing worm is going to be a huge difference in this case.
I don't either.
Personally.
It sucks. Kidnap. No, he can always play something before the Sif. That would be hilarious if it went off, but no.
I mean, Fireball is 6 damage face. That's
Yeah,
pretty
yeah, it's just
good.
fine. Yeah, I think it's
Schooling also could be a possibility here.
Can't
Schooling
be,
wouldn't be
yeah.
bad.
I agree. I think Fireball's right though. Yeah.
Yeah, so here's where we're gonna see. There's only a certain amount left. There is Arcane and there is Deputization Aura. That's
Not even
pretty.
bad.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's more damage that will hit the 1/3 that's sitting on the board, as well as
And
and we'll be able to just go face for more damage.
you have Deck Tracker, right? Was that his second Discovery of Magic or his first?
That was number 2.
Number 2. Okay.
Yeah. So sitting at 10. I mean, Lemur's sitting at 10 health. And
Pyro
that's a
Rage.
pretty unfortunate draw. I
I know. No
I
Pyro.
wonder at what point we're gonna have to see Sunwell drop to look for something. I kind of was considering it last turn when I was like looking through potential plays, and it looks like we're gonna have to see it here.
Now.
Symphony of
Yes.
Sins plates.
Symphony
These are
of
all
Sins.
these are all pretty good cards. They're all pretty
But
useful in some
Symphony-
capacity.
Symphony doesn't work though. He can't play it right now because well, he doesn't know about the Fireball, but he has to assume there's some like he knows about the Bolt, so yeah, he can't play Symphony right now. Big Strike maybe. These are all
Yeah.
great cards.
I like starting with
Even the Starlight Groove isn't horrible.
this. You get Coroner could be a good pickup.
Bolt Wrangler. I was gonna say even the Starlight Groove. You know what that is? He's going for Desire, isn't he? Yeah. Ooh, he's still dead, isn't he? 4, 7,
Yeah.
8, 10, 16. Yeah, he's still dead.
Yep. Lemur has to know that there's Arcane Bolt, so he knows there's
Game 5
damage.
now, right? Or is that the win?
That was the win for XQMA. So
yeah, Lemur going
nice.
down 3-1.
Congratulations to XKame. We will be the next round that we will be casting is God, where
Right.
can I what is where's my link?
it's okay. We got
let Saku got it.
Yeah. So we got next round. We got Big House and Nobody. That's who we're gonna stream next. I just want to throw out there that depending on their round situation, we're gonna do a wheel to draw for a 5-pack.
Okay.
Of cards, and then
One of the giveaways.
One of the giveaways. So you have to be a member, or not a member, but you have to be in chat in order to receive it, and then you are to DM Mako on 2-star Mako, obviously, in either Battle of the Discourse or a THL Discord. So,
yeah.
So if you guys want, we can try and queue up.
I have both players added already, so
perfect.
If you wanted to take a quick breather, otherwise I'm good. We can hop right in.
I could use a few minutes, but I'm okay if you guys
you
want to
can
keep going.
No, you can take a quick sec.
I just need to refill my tea.
You're good.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
fine.
out of tea. But if you want to start, like I can just come back halfway through. It's not a big deal either way.
Yeah, we'll do that. So you go take a break, and then we'll start with Nobody. Gonna spectate Nobody first. So be at bottom of the screen, and then gonna have.
All right, Azalea. Don't tell them about. No,
Big House.
Big House. Big House at the top.
Don't tell them about what.
Okay, so we are currently sitting. The matchup is Excavate Death Knight or Excavate Plague Death Knight versus Rainbow Mage. I like the situation for the mage. However, there is a lot of excavation. That's a glowing glyph. Which is as their rare excavation pickup. But the mage with Cold Case and Volume Up can definitely get some or can get some card draw back to their hand.
It's tough to say that sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, my brain is running. My brain's running a little faster
It's
than
it's that thing with the thing. That's what I usually
Yeah.
say. So it helps me.
Oasis Outlaw. Very cool. We get to discover a Inaga. We're gonna go for probably the Vicious Slither Spear here, because it has good synergies with stuff. Okay, we're going to. Nobody's gonna opt to play just the. You opt to do a little discovering. It gets a pretty decent board. On Big House this side with Death Knight. I could see. Oh, the card picked up is Tomb Trader. Tomb Trader deals with this board super well. I might want to attack with the Helia before, or we're just going to go all face and going to hit that in there. Yeah. So that's definitely really well done. And hey, it removes the minion that was just played, but a 4/4 remains instead of a 3/4. And this turn looks like probably going to almost be forced to go like Artificer Volume Up.
There you go.
If he wants. And we'll see what 3 spells gets picked up. Inspiration, Discovery. Discovery is a really good pickup.
Oh shit! I forgot.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
And they all get shuffled back in. Frost Plague was so brutal there, but 4 Kel'Thuzos, really, really good. Gonna be able to remove a minion and gonna make it so that Helia can't. Make it so Helia couldn't trade in, but I would doubt that would happen. That's a 0-mana Chained Guardian. So I would even suspect to see that come down this turn.
100%.
Post draw, Chill Fallen Baron is a very nice play here as well. Skeleton Cruise, excavating for 0-mana treasures, also very nice. There's potentially a line where you go for like Glowing Glyph to buff your cards up. Motherlord Drake, another excellent pickup, goes very well with this glyph, potentially. Not having to worry so much about the draw if the board is so large. These Inquisitive Creations are doing a lot of damage though. So, and the Void Scripture.
I was just gonna say, do you bother dropping this right now, or you just do it for pressure?
Oh, I think you drop the Chained Guardian first. I think you go Chained Guardian. I think you glyph and
yeah.
And you can heal up. You can even just send in. You probably didn't I don't know if you'd want to send in the Divine Shield.
Yeah.
But as long as you keep the Helia at that 6-mana threshold. Wow, we are drawing plagues, nothing but plagues. That's actually
that's gross.
That is brutal. Heatwave's a good pickup here. Potentially, because you get to do Heatwave. But we're gonna pick the Cold Case. Okay. I don't. Oh no, that gave it 6, so it just clean removes the board. Okay. And with one fell swoop, the mage is not. The only trouble the mage is dealing with is constant plagues. Because of how Helia works, every single plague in this deck is gonna be there forever.
Yes.
Reska costing 0 is going to get a Chained Guardian. Once it. No, sorry. Reska's going to take a minion, and then when Azurite Rat comes down, it's going to be Reska.
It's interesting that Big House is, I think, the only one that brought Death Knight.
Potentially, that's left. I didn't look at all the lineups.
Yeah, I didn't. I just kind of briefly glanced through, so.
Yeah.
Don't fault us, or you can. You can just blast us through chat. We'd be okay with it.
I'm definitely not going to do that.
I'm okay with it. They can't hurt me.
Oh yeah. I understand.
It's all good. So, there's another
plague.
Frost Plague hurts.
Another plague.
Oh my goodness.
Are they just gonna die to plagues here? No, they got Norganon though. Again, these plagues. That's so brutal. If he one one of the big problems here. Counterspell is fine, but
I don't
I
think
don't really think it's.
it's going to save you at all.
Yeah, maybe it's gifts, but the main thing is that if he removes everything here, the Reska just takes the Inquisitive Creation,
Yeah.
and it respawns the Reska, and he's gonna only have 3 mana afterwards. I think this is pretty close to an unwinnable situation.
It's a possibility.
I don't want to call it unwinnable, but it's very close because
With
I
7.
believe
Mhm.
because with Reska respawning, taking the Inquisitive, 2 damage to the face of Mage, I think this well, yeah, okay, ping Reska. Okay, it's not guaranteed. The Rubian Vicier can find lethal here though. That is Cobalt Miner to find potential damage as well.
Yep.
Looks like we're gonna go Excavate first.
Is that damage?
Hardcore Cultist, I believe, also is lethal. There's Remorseless Winter. That is enough damage. That will do it.
Give a friendly 2+2. Spend 5. Yeah.
So it's. Actually, it won't actually trigger unless he plays Water Source first.
Is he afraid?
To test for Counterspell.
I was just gonna say, is he afraid to hit? Whether he thinks it's
I
shield?
I think Hardcore Cultist can go face, which is why I was thinking that would be the case regardless. You could just play
So there's
the
the check.
Hardcore Cultist. But we're gonna go with the guaranteed Remorseless Winter.
Yep.
All right, and the DK has gotten a win. So many plagues that game. Just every Frost Plague just whittling away at the chances of the Mage. So Big House takes a 1-0. I believe that'd be a 1-0 lead. I'm not sure how long it's been since the players got sent to the next round though.
All right, so that was the first win. So we just got in there. First win, so nobody's still got Druid, Mage, and Shaman. While Big House has the Rogue and Shaman left as well. Did you happen to catch the stream yesterday when they were using this funky Rogue?
No, I did not.
Yeah.
But I'm ready to see it.
It's not donkey type where they're using I can't remember what it was. Wishing Well. I think that was the.
Oh, Wishing Well. Yeah, Wishing Well. Okay.
I don't think it's
I
don't think it's on that.
Okay.
I don't think it is. I don't think it's the. I just think what was it?
Oh, this isn't. No, this is just regular Miracle.
No, yeah, it's Draka. I think it's just the Draka.
Draka. Yeah, it's Draka. This is the common Miracle list now, I think. All right, so Mage versus Shaman. So this is one of. Okay. I think a lot of the I don't know the ETC, so I'm gonna also check the Donkey
site.
deck viewer, and I think it should tell me what it is.
Yeah.
It is cold storage, dehydrate, and turn the tides. Okay, so that's good to know for me. Turn 1 for the Mage, probably just Geyser, yeah. Remove the Novice Zapper. That's an interesting inclusion. I haven't really seen Novice Zapper in any of the Shaman lists, but it does look like this has this particular deck looks like it wants to partially be having stuff like Turn the Tides as up be cheaper.
Yep.
Because of Inza. Which is something I haven't seen at all, but I don't. But
you don't waste an arcane bolt here, do
you? Potentially. I think there's really nothing to do. You're either
You're not gonna use the coin for creation. This hand is quite awkward for the mage. Meanwhile,
You're gonna get punched in the face for 3 if you only ping it.
yeah, it does
Or-
look.
Sorry
and
about
it
that.
look-
Back.
Hey, welcome back.
Bio. Okay. Yeah. So. Ins
So-
in a couple turns here is gonna be really, pretty good.
Did we do the shout out yet?
We did. Yep.
Well, we
Ah,
did all of them,
suckers.
so all good.
So we have Big House up just to get you up there. Devillion is Big House is up. They won with their Death Knight over Shaman, wasn't it? Or
Ooh,
Mage or
That was
something like that.
Mage.
Mage.
It's Mage.
nice.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen that Death Knight win. Ho ho! I didn't
Well,
know Death Knight was a thing in
was-
the standard meta.
It was. Oh, it is. It's just a lot of plagues.
A lot of plagues.
Huh.
Yeah,
love
Inquisitive coming down for the clear.
Mm-hmm.
Scripture, Void Scripture picked up to hand. Inza coming in is gonna make things cost. Gonna make all the overload cards cost less. I do like the Ice Barrier pickup for sure here.
Yep.
Salesman, and yeah, sounds good. I perhaps might have pinged the face instead of the minion, but it's not, I'm guessing it's potentially for future to say you're kind of disincentivized to trade off into my 3/4. But regardless, we're gonna see. We're gonna see that we're getting. It's so interesting. We're actually getting to a point where Am I wrong? Is this the wrong list? It is the wrong list. I'm looking at the wrong list. I thought for some reason I thought that was I thought that the list being played by Big House was Highlander, but I was like, why is Inza in the list? I copied it from the wrong player.
Oh.
This is nature.
Reno Nature Shaman.
This is just Nature Shaman. Well, yeah.
Reno,
I was like,
no. I think we're gonna see. Some frogs.
no.
Aw, no frogs. What?
The other.
Come on. Anyway, what's the secret active? Is it Ice Barrier?
It's Ice Barrier. Yeah, that was discovered off the Void Scripture.
That's why there's an Ice Barrier in hand.
So I think it's okay here to just rip your second Inquisitive creation.
I'm tempted because you know he's only gonna have 5 mana next turn. I'm tempted to save it for the second flash turn, but maybe coin out an inspiration, but I'm not sure. I'm tempted to save the creation for the turn where he plays flash, so that he has to set up a board and bio. But okay, he agrees with you. That makes sense as well. Save the coin for a better time. Maybe a Sif kill. Ooh. Is that? Oh, he only has 4 mana next turn. I thought he had 5. My bad.
Yeah,
so
overloaded due to playing.
Yeah.
A
I
Feral
saw
Spirits
knowledge.
and
I must not have seen the third spell.
Yeah.
What was the third spell after knowledge?
Feral Spirits came first.
Ah, thank you. Man,
Okay.
remember when Feral Spirits overloaded for 2? Better times. This could be an inspiration turn. This could be a volume up turn. I think this is probably just inspiration turn. I don't think there's a bet. Yeah. And hope for, I don't know, lifesteal maybe? Taunt is also insane here.
There's
Yeah,
taunt,
Wind Fury taunt poisonous.
but the Wind Fury is probably the one that nobody hopes will survive.
Yeah.
Sif is sitting at +4, but
the only spell in hand is that's usable with it is Snake Oil. Volume Up coming into hand is a very good pickup. Can definitely be used next turn to dig for playable combo pieces, as well as maybe armor gain with Cold Case. But that would have to come from coin. But we're going to see
For the cheap spell, I assume.
Golganeth. Yeah,
I assume this is draw 3 overload cards,
yeah, it is.
and then hope for something better than that. Yeah, you're not going to be too happy if Feral Spirit have to play.
Okay. Flash of Nature is played, and
Ooh,
that's a
that's
really great
crash.
pickup with the crash.
Oh no, but he doesn't have the mana because Jazz Base attack. Yeah, he's gonna
No,
have to use that with Bio
not
next
yet.
turn.
But I do really like this play to Reverberates, and this will be allowed to deal damage. That's actually just lethal.
That's lethal. That's lethal.
So there you
Jeez.
go. The mage using Golganeth against the shaman.
Wow.
Flash turn came in,
You
but
brought me into
it was
cast
very
just
low.
to see my own weapon used against me.
So how do we feel about doing a wheel right now?
Sure.
Yeah, let's
Sounds
go
good
for
to
it.
me.
Okay. So we got
Is
nobody
it
with
1-1 or 2-0?
it's 1-1 right now, so nobody with
Thank you.
a mage win.
Oh, well, Mage, Big House Mage got banned at least.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm sorry, nobody the player. I'm sorry. Oh my
Good try.
gosh.
Good try. All right, I gotta stop this.
Listen, you said nobody with a mage win, and they both brought mage. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm.
So we are going to pick a name here real quick. You guys can do the announcement. You see the wheel, yes?
No, wait, hold on. How do I click on this thing? Does it pop out? No, it's this thing. Yes, I see it.
Okay. So Zelia, you want to make the announcement?
He's in the bathroom.
Oh, okay. All right. So we're gonna spin the wheel to
Yeah, don't take my announcement away from me. Don't take my announcement away from me. Come on, rude.
Oh, okay.
Is it Memnarg? Oh, MMW817. Congratulations. Please message Sacco with
No, we're
No,
gonna.
not Sacco. Mako.
Yeah.
Mako for your prize.
Yeah.
What is the prize? Is it just 5 packs?
It's a 5-pack, yeah, of the current expansion. So
Congratulations. You now
yeah.
have 5 free Showdown Indie Badlands card packs, and should you decide you don't need them, I could always use more packs.
Go.
But please DM Tune Mako for your prize. Wait a minute. Is my mic muted?
No, we're good. So I just gotta.
Wait, then why does it say my mic is muted?
It shouldn't be.
Oh wait, you have Azalea and I switched, don't you?
Yeah. So we're. It's just because I canceled out Hearthstone, so now you're gonna have to join and watch Hearthstone again.
Alright.
Show.
Alright.
So in 10 minutes we'll do a quick caster swap in between. So, which will be.
Dang, it's 4 p.m. already?
Pretty close, yeah. We got 10 minutes before, so.
Wait, my clock says 3 p.m.
Oh, it's 3? Or where am I at?
Yeah.
It's 3 Eastern.
It's 3
4
Eastern.
for
Sorry,
you.
there you go.
It's 4 for you.
I was told I was on for another hour to come.
It's all good.
Yeah, all good.
Anyhow.
Yep.
On to the actual game. We missed a little bit with the wheel spin, but
Yeah.
Druid and Shaman are just doing their normal setup. We haven't really seen any plays. Shaman's been drawing cards. Druid's been ramping. They're still both at 30. You know the usual things. Shaman has a flash in hand, 2 flashes in hand, and a bioluminescence. So that is looking solid already. Has the snake oil but no lightning bolts. Druid, meanwhile, has Forged Embrace of Nature already, the Yogg and the Reno. So both players with good but not insane hands. I'm thinking the Shaman hand is is better because Flash can
I-
draw into those nature spells you need.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna double flash here.
Yep.
Um,
There's a Flow Rider. Okay, no, this is probably turn 6 lethal. Not guaranteed. Oh, there is a Lightning Bolt in hand. It was covered up by the
there's
Flash.
double lightning bolt snake oil,
Oh,
and now
crash.
there's
No,
a
this is-
and now
this is
there's
gonna
a
be turn 6
crash.
lethal.
So unless the druid can have disruption, now
This is gonna
now
be
what druid can do here is druid can Reno.
Coin Yogg.
No, druid just Reno. Oh, Reno isn't active. They must have played
Yeah.
Framester, or no?
Yeah.
How is Reno not active? Is it? Did they have a second one of?
I don't know, but I saw Reno wasn't active. I'm like, oh. Wait, Reno's not active.
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
even
that's
see
what I'm
the
saying.
Reno
Like,
'cause it's not
I'm
yellow.
saying, like, if Reno was active, you would just slam it,
Yeah, you
and then
just
they
play
wouldn't
Reno.
be able to make a board, and they've wasted both their flashes. But
I'm gonna be completely frank. Because the Reno was green and not yellow, my eyes thought it was a different card. I didn't even.
oh, they
realize
have
Reno
two
was in
nourishes,
hand.
and they haven't drawn a nourish.
Oh,
No,
that's
I saw
Yeah,
unfortunate.
Nourish.
they needed to.
No, I saw Nourish. While you were in the bathroom, I saw Nourish. Wait.
Oh, they
must
have
be
a,
different card.
and then they have two whelps, two splish splash whelps.
Ah, it must be no whelps.
The double two, yeah, the double two ofs. This is it's definitely like a that's a interesting thing to do here. I know that those
I mean,
cards
those
are very
are the two best
those
cards
are
in the
very
deck.
strong cards, and you want to get some of them in the mulligans, but I think it's gonna cost them. I mean, this is such a cheap hand, so many cheap
Alrighty.
cards that
Alrighty.
that we're gonna see how Big House wants to close this out. I
Radiance is
imagine.
3, Fist is 1, you get
Yeah,
Violent.
Radiance
Okay, this
Radiance
is-
just makes this so easy.
Oh, and there's a Feral Spirit. This is lethal. I don't even need to count it. This is lethal.
Oh, I mean, I would definitely imagine, yeah. You take
Oh, another Feral Spirit.
the
ooh,
reflex, yeah.
Alright. Now, I have been lucky enough to beat down on Nature Shaman before I have the displeasure of seeing it kill me. So I think this might be the first time I've ever seen the Nature Shaman kill.
No, really.
No, I've died to it a couple times. I don't play Standard, I play Wild, so. By the way, if you want a friendly Wild community, you should check out THL.
Okay, so bioluminescence. That's 8, 7, and that's lethal. Okay, very well done.
8887. That's gonna be 31 damage. Oh,
No,
Is
it's
that
not.
lethal?
It's gonna actually leave him at. It's gonna leave him at
wait,
7.
he has armor, doesn't he? Doesn't he have armor?
Yeah, it leaves him at 7.
Yeah. However, Reno is not active.
Yeah, but Yogg enforce everything to attack is really is like.
Dog is gonna Gorgoneth. Oh, somebody got a bite, or a pounce or something.
Okay, so
similar.
that's alive.
Meaningless.
Turn the tides, removes it.
Oh, that's lucky.
So we're 1 damage off. Golganeth should be able. Golganeth
Oh,
should
overload,
be able
overload,
to. Oh no,
overload.
not an overload. Yeah, you're right. Turn the
However,
tides.
Golganeth
Turn the
next
tides.
turn.
Remove. Turn the tides. Remove Yogg.
Remove Yogg? I think you have to hit 1 so that Golganeth kills next turn. I think you just have to hope Yogg doesn't do anything.
I guess you're
I
right.
think you have to put him to 1 for Golganeth.
Yeah.
And hope that there is no split splat. Maybe the 3/3? Okay. Alright. He has his only out is Yogg spell. No, oh wait. Does he play Reno to get 5 armor?
Potentially.
Wait, does he even see the play
But
to
it
get
wouldn't.
5 armor?
Yeah, and then you steal the 3/3. I guess would be the
Yeah.
Yogg call. I don't know. It's definitely it's definitely a line that doesn't lose the game. But I do
And
think
that-
Finley is a good option here as well.
I agree. Look for that. Look for those truckload of seedlings. Look for those. Ooh, Nest Matron's incredibly strong here. That's a taunt for free. That, however, will not save him. This might. If he gets a 5-mana lifesteal weapon. See what he's getting. He's getting 5 mana. Lifesteal!
Lifesteal to 4.
Oh my gosh. He just saved the game. Holy cow.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, save the game definitely. Um,
Holy cow.
yeah, the shaman I guess must have gone. The shaman must have gone in maybe a turn too early.
I think it was the right decision, though. I think set him to
Yeah.
5 with Golganeth back up.
Mhm.
I just think that. Wow. I don't know. Maybe I'm being results oriented, but I did like that play. Sheesh.
Yeah, I
What
think
does he have now? Golganeth kill Yogg?
um there is a case to play just Command of Nepthalon here.
And kill
Make
Yogg?
sure you
Yeah.
remove as
Yeah,
much of
you're
the
right.
board as possible, and still have threat. Golganeth doesn't maybe do a whole lot. They're just gonna take the concede here.
Yeah.
They don't.
Sees the writing on the wall.
I think there just wasn't maybe with both bolts used. There just must not have been enough stray
Yeah.
damage to actually win the game from the shaman's side. Well, it says to 3 up on the schedule.
Anyhow, game 4. While we get these things sorted out, game 4, gonna be the shaman, I believe. Yeah, the Reno Shaman as nobody's last remaining deck versus Big House's fascinating Miracle Rogue from last expansion, except it runs the new card Greedy Partner and Dry Scale Deputy for even more miracles. Let's see what we have here. Framester against the Miracle Rogue. That's definitely a solid card. Oh boy, that is that is one of the cards you want in that mulligan. Graveyard is another card you want with the Concoctor Shadow Step, Bone Spike, so a normal Miracle Rogue hand where it can do busted things with just basically one good draw in the next 4 turns. The Shaman has lands and spells, as we in the Magic players say. And that is one good draw in the next 4 turns, yeah. That's draw. Yep. Rogue is gonna get off to its things. Shaman's gonna get off to its things. And we will see whose things are stronger. What's that mixed concoction do? I saw the draw 2, but I didn't see the second one.
It's deal 3 and draw 2.
Draw 2, deal 3. Okay. That's not really what you need in this matchup, but still has the draw.
It's draw.
Bone Spike Graveyard, yup. I like that. I might have kept the Bone Spike for a Miracle turn, but I'm not a very good Miracle Rogue player, so what do I know? Oh, is he going for it now?
No, we're just gonna step the concoctor back to make sure it survives to next turn.
Ah, smart.
Oh,
Wait.
no.
Wait.
Mm,
This doesn't sound right. Oh, he's
okay.
just doing a little mini turn. Okay. He just wants the stealth
Okay.
minion that survives the lightning storm. Oh, it's not stealth anymore. I'm stupid. And remember when that card was 2 mana? Okay. Here's probably Schooling if I had to guess. But I really could see a good argument for any of them.
Job's done.
sets up for a big turn next turn. He has Hazy. Oh, sets up for a much smaller turn next turn. I guess it'll be 2 turns from now. That is a pretty lucky overload draw on the Shaman side, especially when we see him picking up that Necrolord Draka. So there'll be basically a forced path turn 5, giving nobody time to set up maybe a Teacher if he wants to, a Glacial Shard into the Draka turn on 6. As a prep Bone Spike Draka kind of play is not really what you want. He's just gonna set up a second turn. What is that card? Is that Darkon Drathier? Like that 8 mana 6/6 lifesteal thingy? A 7 mana, right?
No, it's a Dreadlord.
Pardon my language. There's the frogs. There's the frogs. Thank you. Frogs. I feel like this is the turn the rogue has to go for it, or he's gonna get buried under an avalanche of value. Oh, it's Dreadlord? Oh, maybe he can't wait a turn. I mean, we know that gets Hex, but in Big House's mind, maybe he sets up to have a little bit more mana. If he does, he gets mega punished by the Hex, but especially against a Reno deck, I don't think you play around the Hex. Oh, that's dirty. Yeah, it's Yup, that's for the Draka, yup. Oh man, nobody with an excellent play for the second Glacial Shard, freezing his own minion to deny a possible Draka, which is one of Big House's only outs right now. This game is starting to slip away from Big House. This might be a 3-1 nobody victory.
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah.
No, it wouldn't. No, I think it would be. I think Big House is up, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, shoot.
Right?
This
Am I
might be
wrong,
going to
Saku?
Game 5.
I think nobody won with Druid and Mage, and now.
Okay, so this would be a victory. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
This might be a victory.
I lost track of stuff.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good, man.
Yeah, I did too. I'm watching the games. I always forget who wins which game. I'm just like, oh, here are the decks we have to cast. All right, what's this matchup do? What do I need to talk about? What to prepare for? Wait, who actually won the previous game? I forgot that part. That's my thought process.
So.
Big turn.
No, this is gonna be a pretty decent turn here. There's still Bone Spikes. There's still like Bone Spike.
Prep Bone
yeah,
Spike.
Prep Bone Spike.
The casual unnerfed Innervate.
Prep Bone Spike. There's Stenographers. There's a bunch of stuff that can be done here.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of has to as well, because he's running out a lot of time. He might even get tumbleweeded. Ooh, Draka, yup. 9-3, that is 3, okay. Did he get the 10-10 in time? Yes, he did.
There's just lethal showing though. That was a very nice turn, but unfortunately the lethal was still showing on board.
Yep.
So.
Hey.
No.
That was a pretty cool turn.
That is a victory.
And I would like to congratulate nobody for remembering to deliver lethal with the Staff of the 9 Frogs. Thank you very much. that was greatly appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody moves on to the semifinals.
That's right.
Yeah, top 4. Okay.
So we're probably gonna do a little changeover here with regards to
casters.
To our casters. Dankest Dad is not here yet. But I can fill in if you guys. I want to appreciate both of you guys setting some time aside and helping out with Battle of the Discord. Was there any final little thoughts before we let you guys get on with your rest of your day?
Sure, I'll give a couple of thank yous. Thank you to Yusaku for opting. Thank you to Mako and the other organizers from the various Discords, from VS, Coin Concede, and Tierras del Fuego, and for everybody for participating, and the Valiant for casting alongside me. We have 2 excellent casters coming up very shortly in Ron Mexico and Dankest Dad, and I'm sure they will do everything justice for
the rest of the tournament. And I guess potentially Lotus Knight coming in late at night.
Yes. Yeah.
If it's needed, it looks like things are really progressing fast.
Yeah, and I think that was the.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So,
No, I was just saying. I was corroborating.
so yeah, that's gonna do it on my end. Thank you, and we'll see you all on future THL streams.
You bet.
Likewise, it was I'd like to reiterate Azalea apologies to everyone. Always a great opportunity. I'm glad to have been able to come out of pseudo retirement and cast this fantastic tournament. We have 6 excellent Hearthstone players remaining in the tournament, but really all 95 players did a great job making this inaugural Battle of the Discord truly legendary to witness. Great fun being a part of it, and yeah, I hope to see you guys soon on THL streams in the future. You know, the best Discord. Go THL.
There you go. Well, thanks
Bye,
again.
y'all.
Have a good one. So, if Ron is within hearing distance, can you hear me, dude?
Hey, Taku.
Hi, man. All right,
How's it going?
it's going, dude. It's going good. So excited. We got a couple matches left. We got Dreadeye and XQMA, I believe, is still kicking. So we just saw the finished results with Big House and Nobody. And then we have Rashino and Black Hole. So I was going to see if they're still in action. Black Hole is still okay. So I'm just going to share my screen here with you, Ron.
Okay.
Because I got, unless you want to add Black Hole to your friends list, and I can.
Yes, absolutely. I will do that
And we got
because there's no more crazy cap on friend limits, so I can just add people now. It's great.
so we're gonna have.
And I might have Rosino already. I don't remember.
I believe these are 2 Terrafuego individuals. I don't remember Black Hole on Terrafuego, but I know Rashino's on Terrafuego. So
All right. Well, we'll see if they accept, but in the meantime, I will just watch through your screen.
my eyeballs only.
All right. We are deep into this game. Do we know the score right now?
Score is Rashino up 2-1 so far, with a Demon Hunter ban on Rashino's side. Black Hole has their Death Knight banned, so I do not know what they won with. So it's, well, actually we do. So Rashino's on their final class of Mage.
Or you mean Druid?
Oh, is it Druid? Where am I? Yes, Druid. Okay, I was kind of looking at
Well, Reno's
Reno,
Reno's
and
mage,
thinking
like,
it was
you
a
see the
mage.
Reno hero, you're like, oh yeah, that's a mage, right?
I saw the hero power. It's like, okay, that's Mage. All right, that's good. So yeah, Druid.
It is very much looking like we're going to be heading towards a game 5, everybody's favorite. But you never know. That Wind Fury weapon does work, and I don't know what they have on it, if it's armor or something else. Oh, it is armor. Okay, so maybe there's a chance. We've got Fi in hand for a lot of heal. Hell of a board, though. Really difficult spot for Druid, being overloaded. Can go with the Serenity. Can't go with Fi, but, you know, now you're not totally dead here. A lot of armor gain.
Just fixing up the screen here for our folks. And if anybody can mention if Black Hole is representing, that'd be awesome.
I would love to if I knew who Black Hole was representing.
We'll say coin concede and see what happens.
Do you know? Or just taking a wild guess.
I'm just taking a wild guess.
Well, we know it's not THL, right? So
Yeah.
it's you have a decent chance of being correct.
There's Dankest Dad.
Welcome, Dankest.
Hello, hello.
Ron Mexico. Dankest Dad. Ron Mexico.
Long time no see. Who is this guy?
Always a pleasure.
Yes.
We're just joining into Rashino and Black Hole as a
Mhm.
game, and it's looking like a Game 5 is going to happen. So I'm just going to splash the link there for you, Dankest Dad, for
Rosino's Druid has been fighting tooth and nail to stay alive to close this out in 4 games, but with that Viper especially breaking the additional 16 armor gain, it looks like this should finally do it. Maybe not quite because of Phi, but I mean, let's be real, it's over.
Yeah, it's I can say that just jumping in here, this is my first time ever that I've heard Golganeth's attacking voice line. I've never heard it or seen it before. So that's how you know something's going right on the Shaman side for Black Hole.
It's an
Another
excellent
Phi.
point.
Oh. No save there, unfortunately, but Dragon Golem could be a decent pickup.
I mean, healing to 11 and just still being very dead on board.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe is there a different option besides Yogg to steal that? Yes, right? Just the
So, what is in this Nagaling here?
I don't know. I am not able to spectate Black Hole myself, so I'm watching through Saku's screen. I don't know if you can hover it. The one mana
Nag-
guy.
Yeah, the Nagaling.
Almost.
There it is, a trusty companion. All right. So we have a. I don't think we have a guaranteed line. So
Yeah, just
Yogg and Prey looks like the answer.
Yogg will never cast 2 random spells that lose the game on the spot, right?
We've
Minions
never
can
seen
still
it happen.
attack, so the game is over.
Yep, looks good.
Attack with
Yogg
Phi just to
uses-
rub it in.
Yep. Yogg accusing itself of theft.
Playing bananas just to rub it in. It's like, come on, man, you gonna make me attack or you gonna concede? Okay. And on we go to game 5. We know that Rosino will still be on the Druid. We know the Death Knight was banned, and I'm not sure what the other class that Black Hole has that they need to get through is, whether it's Hunter or Warrior.
If we have you here, Ron, it's going to be Hunter.
Hey, I hope so. That's going to turn me into a Black Hole fan real quick. And just by default, I was already rooting for Rosino because I've played against them before, and I have a lot of respect for their gameplay. I am not familiar with Black Hole, but if they're a Hunter enjoyer, well, you know, you win me over quick.
You gotta apologize for not being familiar with their game, Ron. Just,
I got a meme already. If they beat Rosino, it's, you know, lined up, locked and loaded. Thank you, Shaq. All right, but as I guess one player goes into the tank about what to, maybe both players go into the tank about what to bring. You know, you only have one choice, but sometimes you got to think real long and hard about it. Maybe just relive your whole life before you go on stage. You know how it goes. It's game 5.
It is. And yeah, we're about to see a good tilt here once these players cue their decks, take their deep breath, and are ready to mulligan and, you know, find the good cards.
Indeed.
Yeah. Rosino is, I'm noticing on that Druid, on the popular version here with some duplicates in it. And I know that the data has not been bullish about this version of the deck, but a lot of top players seem to like it.
I've played it a few times. and it either feels really good or really bad. It's weird. Okay, so it is a warrior, which means I am now a Rocinho fan. Let's go, Rocinho.
I was just gonna say poor Ron.
Well,
But that does mean that Hunter already won, so that's cool.
well, it does, and I think in this matchup we probably would expect the warrior to have a bit of an edge against the druid, but with these starting hands, I probably expect to see both players mulligan, and it could be anyone's game based on what they find.
And Rocinho's already thrown their cards back, and they found Prison of Yogg, Embrace of Nature, and Yogg, so not great for the druid when it comes to early playable cards.
Nope.
There's some argument maybe to keep like a Steam Guardian, but I do like the idea of just get rid of all of it, look for early game, faster plays, and Warrior picks up an egg.
Yeah, well, I mean, both players have their single best mulligan card. So it seems like we might see a pretty solid game here.
Oh wow, what a perfect draw for Rocinho. Binding the Wild Growth right on time too to line up into turn 3. Also solid for Black Hole here. Location is quite good.
And I like this idea to start pushing for damage early against the druid rather than setting up the acolyte for the value play.
Was considering some efficiency with the mana, but with another acolyte too that can easily just come down. And hey, look, more damage right now. What's not to like?
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty nice too. Just get these sticky threats on board, start pushing, and druid does not like that.
Druid does like to play a Forged Embrace of Nature and draw a Nourish, which it always will draw and never miss.
Yep, so one duplicate gone. And now we'll see what elemental is in the box here. And Mistake actually is pretty nice. Maybe we see the band, but no, Rocinho spots Mistake, and I really like that pickup.
Yeah, reasonable.
Oh. Wow.
Things can start to get real terrifying for the druid now. Anima in hand, Anima on the board. A Grom in hand to maybe get a buff. Not yet.
Really interesting to hold back on the Sanguine Depths there.
Okay, out comes Ramp and Draw.
Yep. All right, we'll see if this Cactus Construct could maybe have a nice 2 here to let Rocinho finish out this play.
The Silence card. Coroner. Right? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, that is the card, Ron. It could be Coroner.
That would be incredible.
Coroner.
You gotta go for it. You gotta hope for it.
Oh, it's not Coroner, but Splish Splash Whelp is pretty alright. Consolation prize.
I mean, sure, why not?
I'd like to go get 2 more dragons, go to 10 mana.
Make 5 cheaper, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. A little bit of a low roll, unfortunate, but sometimes it just isn't exactly Coroner. Unlucky.
Can't believe it wasn't exactly the perfect card that completely neutralized the opponent's entire win condition.
I know, and this board feels so dangerous, but then you just have to recall that the druid has 10 mana and the warrior has 5, so in spite of this board state, it's anyone's game.
Okay, and the Hungry Grom gets a buff. Curious to see if we ever just go like coin double Acolyte before any interaction. Guess not.
I think we're going to see this Coin Grom play. I think that's what's being set up for, is Coin Grom on 7. Based on that location use and how the resources are being spent. Aquatic form. Oh, Spinley, Nest Matron. Okay. That's a tough call. I actually have no idea what the right move is there. And Raystraza online.
Now, do you ever just steal the Anima with your Yogg? Because that's kind of what I want to do.
I don't dislike it. I think maybe going for enemy minions attacking one another could be a play here if you put them on having 2 charge minions. But there's either that or Raystraza to set up Phi next turn. We're drawing, looking for Reno maybe,
Okay.
and an early Phi.
This
Which
is
is-
fine too. It was a limited amount of total buffs. Clears up board, gets the life steal, and conserves some resources to handle a much more dangerous turn that, YOLO prison could help with if you're super desperate, or just, the regular Yogg to either make the board clear itself or steal a big one. I like it. I think that's a solid line.
Yeah, I agree. And Black Hole now trying to find an answer, and Battle-Worn Faceless might be it. Might see triple charge setup come out next turn.
Yeah, there's a lot of power here. Always a temptation too to use the Battle-Worn Faceless on the Phi, but wisely, resisted that temptation because it really wasn't very useful in this scenario.
Yeah,
It's a very fun thing to do.
absolutely. And I think I like Black Hole here choosing not to respect Reno, because in this situation, if Rocinho has it, I don't think there's any way for Black Hole to come back in this game. So just choosing to play into it and demanding an answer, I think was probably the best possible line.
Speak of the devil, there he is.
Yeah, and if Rocinho is able to survive this turn, I think the game just ends. So
All right, no Wind Fury being offered on Ignis. A bit of a low roll there. There was a lifesteal that was found.
admittedly, I'm really surprised Rocinho went for the 10. I thought we might see the 1 just to deal with the immediate board, but
I mean, I don't know. It's a lot more justifiable when you're holding A&R.
Right.
Because you can just slam that down, get a taunt to protect you, and maybe you're kind of always looking for like Wind Fury armor or something, right? And just saying, oh, they're
Right.
never gonna kill me with that.
Oh, of course. I think though that A&R Reno is always the play we're going to see next turn though, and that should clean things up nicely.
In the meantime, little bit of draw. Unfortunately for Black Hole, there is no anima on this board, so no additional buffs going to minions in hand. Just trying to clear up a little bit. Oh, wow. Okay, still no respect for the Reno. A little bit dicier of a play when you've already seen the Flower Child get played.
Yeah.
But
I think at this point you have to force it down. There's no other real. You can't try to not develop on board and let Rocinho just take the driver's seat.
right. And now this is pretty backbreaking for the Warriors. There's not a whole lot of ways to even possibly come back from this.
Maybe here, can Black Hole damage the A&R perhaps and take it next turn? Maybe that's the line here. Because I think that maybe there's a chance for Black Hole to find an out if they can use A&R to refill their hand or go back to full health.
It's something.
We're coping here. Just chat so you understand. This is a very very difficult spot here for Black Hole, and Rocinho really has everything you would want in this matchup as the Druid. But when you're in these spots where there isn't much hope and your back is against the wall, you have to really play to every out you can to stay in the game. And I'm sure that Black Hole is also going through the similar, mental gymnastics of trying to find that one way he can force this Grom or this Caged Wretch through to close the door.
Yeah, because this will be Black Hole's tournament here, and Rocinho just in an absolutely commanding position. Embarrassment of riches on that turn. A lot of lines potentially that could have been taken, and all of them basically seem winning.
Yep, and there's the Trial by Fire.
I mean, you can be not dead for a little bit longer.
Yep, I mean, like, I think taking the ANR is just, really what's left, although maybe Black Hole thinks that he needs this copy to make the play and force enough damage.
I don't know, at the same time, you're kind of going to just die.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's true. But how many more cards can you find that can actually get through this?
Yeah.
And that Nest Matron is a really nice version of Innervate.
Oh, wow. Yeah, 0 mana, refresh 4. Seems good.
Yep.
Along with a free 2 damage hero power as well.
Yeah. And, alright, if these aren't taunt minions, maybe there's a way. Maybe there is a way for Black Hole to muscle through this 3/5 and do the damage that they need.
So, I mean, probably just need to play Spine-tailed Drake on the Valkyr. Oh, wait, no, it was a lethal, right? It would have been a lethal. They missed the lethal. It was Astalor Forbidden Fruit.
Well, or just Forbidden Fruit. That would
also. Yeah. Right.
that would also have done it.
Oops. Okay. Well, it's fine. This also always wins.
Yeah.
Who reads cards? Rocinho now mousing over the Forbidden Fruit. Like, wait, did I? Can I have one there? Whatever.
It's Forbidden Fruit. He didn't want to use it.
Nope. Okay. Maybe the Wretch first? Nope. Okay. Thorbalor is back. All right, and that will do it. We have
yeah, dead on board.
Yeah, I don't think Rocinho will miss this one, and seems like they will take the series and advance.
Oh, fun Alakir lethal. Love it.
Just did a refresh, and we still got Chewy and Excume from THL. Still duking it out 2-1. I don't know if you want to jump in there real quick.
Yeah, let's get in the action.
Did you say Chewy? You mean Dreadeye?
Dreadeye. Did I say Chewy? Chewy's into the next round, so he's waiting for the winner of Dreadeye and Excume.
All right, so Rocinho advances and will play against nobody next. Chewy waiting on the winner of the final match to be played in this round, and you said it's 2-1 currently in favor of Dreadeye.
So we're going to have Excume as the first to spectate and Dreadeye on the top of the screen. So
yeah. Looks like we are seeing the Enrage Warrior again, which is not a surprise this late in the tournament. Definitely one of the strongest decks around, at least for the Conquest format.
All right, diving in for the spectate.
yeah, you guys don't need my screen up anymore, right?
I'm still looking for Excume. I don't know if I have them either. I'll add them though.
Okay.
But if you could put the screen back up for
No.
now.
I don't wanna.
Oh, unlucky.
All good.
Unfortunate.
Here we go.
Well, we on here we make the content, so we can just start making things up about the game. They can see
Easy.
it, but
So why is there
If we just
Pokemon
have-
on the screen?
I don't know. But it seems like XQMA, might be
Okay,
up
I
to
do have
something here.
XKMA now, so I don't need your screen anymore.
Oh, see how he used
You can
me,
keep it for
Dankus?
me, Saku.
Oh, okay.
I'm still using it.
All right, so this is our game 4. Dreadeye just needing to get this mage through. Certainly an unfavorable matchup for mage against Enrage Warrior, but Dreadeye seems to have pretty good control of this game to this point.
Well, we'll see what 5-mana Trial by Fire has to say about that. Could really swing things around, and if the Foul Egg does not take one of these hits from the skeletons, then well, oh wow, big. That's pretty big for Dreadeye.
Yeah, that's a very unfortunate outcome for XKMA. Already, of course, with the Inquisitive Creation in hand to go ahead and clear up this board. So the threat will be immediately neutralized.
Yeah, or at least a good chunk of it. There's that. How much is this doing? Full 5 already. Goodbye.
Yeah, exactly enough to clear the highest health minion. And time for a reset for XKMA, who really needs to find more buffs. We can see that, oh, my deck tracker is telling me 2 Animas have already been played. So that is not great on the warrior side.
Oh, man. I think that we're going to have to see things done the old-fashioned way with the development of stats, just playing minions from the hand. Wow. So Thorbalor and Crazed Wretch here looking like it might be the first step toward taking back the board. But
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
always
sure.
really hate to play a Crazed Wretch when it's not getting damaged on the turn it's getting played.
That's true.
Potentially, this could just be play the bird, press the button. It feels awful.
Yeah. Or the
as
Embers.
does Embers, because you usually just want to save that fire spell to wake up the bird.
Well, funnily enough, we could see a bit of a bird battle here since Dreadeye has those reverbs in hand. We might see Thorbalor come back since Mage actually does have plenty of ways to generate and play fire spells.
I didn't hate the Embers there because there's some 2/4s and we just saw board clear being used, but opts for the Crazed Wretch. We'll see how Dreadeye can navigate this one. I really do like the position the mage is in right now, though.
Yeah. I mean, this plus the reverberations plus the Arcane Bolt and the ping seems really clean. I think that Dreadeye has a similar idea here, and that Wisdom of
Absolutely.
Norganon can get weaved in as well.
Is the 5th spell school that has now been played.
Yep.
Sif going to be exceptionally dangerous when she shows up.
Yes, and oh wow, Maxitude here over the ping to remove Thorbalor. That is a very bold play.
I love it.
I do too.
I would not have made that play. And I think that's just like
That's
one
why-
of the
That's
one
why
of the
he's
things
there
that
and we're here.
shows why Dreadeye is just such a good player. Just non-immediately intuitive things, but think a little bit more deeply about the game. And it's like, hey, your opponent really wants their bird to die so they can play a fire spell and wake it up again. So don't kill it for them
Well,
and get some extra value off the Infinitize.
Well, I think XQMA might have a little bit of a punish here. This Faceless could make another one of these Thorbalors, and with 2 birds going, maybe it's enough, but we'll see.
True. Could be annoying. I don't really see a play that looks all that much better, honestly.
Right.
You can just play the Faceless and the Acolyte and the Jam Session.
Yeah, or the Embers here and just go wide.
Maybe you
into...
don't play the Jam Session, you play the Embers. Either way, you've got your 7 mana lined up and a couple of really good turns. Looks like he wants to play the Olgra, though.
Yeah, I like the idea of saving Jam Session for the Ogre turn, but XQMA is doing it like this to push face.
Okay. And reasonable there as well. Like, hey, okay, you don't want to kill the Thori? Well, then the Thori gets to hit you in the face. Back on Dreadeye with plenty of answers and armor gain, though. And not an especially imposing board. Gonna see keyboard cold case, possibly. No cold case yet. Just
keep infinitizing.
Keep making some tutus as well.
Ooh, rewind.
Pyro.
Pyro.
Nice.
Pyro. It's a fire spell, I guess.
I was hoping we'd take the Pyro. It's a fun move. All right, really hitting desperation mode now for the Warrior. Gets a little bit of card draw.
Well, maybe now it's time to make a Thorbalor.
Extra bird copy. Extra acolyte copy. Fire spells in hand with the Thori on board. Not able to die here. Makes you gives a little bit of pause.
Can you believe that Thorbalor used to only come back twice?
Upsetting. Upsetting is what that was.
Really something.
I am glad that they changed it, although sometimes it just feels a bit overpowered now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you just get a lot more for what you're paying in 2023, but... Oh, we're going to see more card draw.
As much card draw as possible. Make a big ol' egg. Takes the board clear without needing to have any trade with Thori. And just like that, another Inquisitive Creation also being picked up for any additional threatening boards.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't resist, right? Yeah.
I feel like this is so slow, but you get your 9/9.
It might be the best play.
I feel like just spending more cards could have been a little bit nice, but can't argue with the 9/9.
How do they deal with it? There's a funny option of make your own 11/8.
There is,
but that probably loses.
I think taking a 9/6 isn't the worst here. You can clear the board that way. You play because you bump the 3/3 in. You use Sanguine on Thorbalor. You copy either the Thorbalor or the 9/6 over there. Thorbalor hits. You play Embers. It comes back, and then you clear off the other one and play the Gold Pinner. This
Right.
That's the way to spend the mana that I see that I kind of like, but
I mean, from what we can see in Dreadeye's hand, there isn't really a play available to XQMA that is gonna have enough of a way to sustain any pressure.
yeah, like I don't dislike this. Oh, just going with the Panner here. That's super interesting to leave up to Thorbalor and hold back on Embers. I like this choice.
This was a very difficult turn to approach. I like the way that he went about it. It's just like, if I try to overcommit too hard in any one way, get dramatically punished by a number of things.
Yeah, and I like the answer he found, though, because this sets up a pretty perfect play here with the Champion, the Embers, and the Axe.
And this is just mean, though, on the other side for Dreadeye. Like, not only do you get to copy the Thori because of the reverb from before, but kept finding more fire spells to actually use it to its full benefit and revive it a few times. Just brutal for the warrior to see their own card used against them this way.
Yeah. I can say I wasn't expecting that pickup of the Gifts of Ashara either. Just with Reverb and Cold Case both being so powerful.
Yeah. So this is essentially the final push. Get to draw one card at the end of the turn, make a dangerous board, and of course we can see there is a second mech in hand that XKME is desperately hoping is not in hand, that will just easily wipe this board too.
Yeah. Just seems like Dreadeye was able to find everything just in time. Storbalors are going to be there, and yep, Dreadeye just mousing over it. He's so ready.
Yeah, just waiting. Like, okay, whenever you're done, I'll play the 4-mana card that wipes out your entire 10-mana turn that you tried so hard, lining up exactly the right hits and trades and everything else, and yeah, say goodbye to the board.
Well, there's more card draw at least. Inspiration.
A reverb on the gold panner.
Yep, Dreadeye is looking for his Sif to close the door here.
Okay, infinitizing some more. Wow, hey, there was another Pyroblast in there. That looked funny.
Yeah, no
Goes
more
the cheap
keyboard.
option though.
Sad. And Scriptures are also just brutal. Worst top deck there for XQMA. It all comes down to this. Could it be a fire spell? Keep the game going? No.
It is not a fire spell.
I'll probably take out this gold panner and see what happens next.
Some
Now
very
there's
difficult choices.
And never mind ways to take back the board. XKMA is just running out of cards, period. There might not be a way to actually put together 30 damage left in that whole pile.
Yeah, Dreadeye doesn't need to draw Sif for lethal, although
okay, well there it is.
you know, when you do, it makes it easier.
You had to say something, Ron.
There's no prolonged suffering this way.
Yeah,
It just ends now.
Wow, the Hunter player is the most humane. Who would have thunk it? And two great players enter, and well, only one leaves. Dreadeye will be moving on to top 8.
And Dreadeye is still completely undefeated in this tournament to this point. Picking up also 3-1 victories in round 1 and 2 now of the top 16. And Dreadeye has punched his ticket, the final one in our final 4. So we're going to be looking at Dreadeye versus Chewy and Nobody versus Rocinio.
Wonder if Rocinio will ever find an opponent.
Are you still on that, waiting for them to find an opponent screen?
Nobody? If they're playing against nobody, what are they doing?
Oh, I get it.
It's there.
I get it.
The joke is
Who's
there.
on first, Ron? Come on.
I'm actually so used to the name Nobody, because I see him around a bunch, that I start to forget like the actual meaning of it as something other than a name to call them.
Funny how that works.
Just say a word enough times, it just loses all meaning.
All right, so do we have a moment to talk about the discords that are being represented?
Absolutely, we do. We've got our next couple shout outs. We wanted to shout out Coin Concede and Vicious Syndicate.
Yeah.
Dankus, if you'll take Vicious Syndicate, I'll start with Coin Concede. So, Coin Concede, for those of you who do not know, is a Hearthstone podcast and a fantastic community built around Hearthstone, going back to the very early days of Hearthstone with their roots in some very, very influential, Hearthstone well-known personalities now involved working at Blizzard. Cora used to be in the early podcasts of Coin Concede, and just very recently, Ridiculous Hat was also in the Coin Concede as a regular podcaster. Now with a crew of Wicked Good, Edelweiss, and Magesa. They also regularly hold listener series and have built a wonderful community that is participating in this Battle of the Discords. And we want to thank them very much for their participation.
Yeah. And then as for Vicious Syndicate, I know that they are a great site and a resource I use from their podcast to their data reports. They really can help you get sort of on that meta pulse and see what some of the players are thinking and where the data might be pointing them. Whether you're just looking to learn more about a top deck or try and take a deeper dive and see which particular list people are playing and what the popular opinions are, you'll surely find them. And while HS Replay is a different site that has some data for you, Vicious Syndicate really sort of jumps off a bit more with the analysis and gives you a little bit more to think about and consider. They're a great community. Zacho still holding down the podcast, looking for another host. If you're a talented podcaster, hit him up. But yeah, just it's a great place to keep up to date with Hearthstone's meta happenings. And yeah, you should definitely check it out if you aren't already.
I love stealing decks from Vicious Syndicate.
Okay, so that settles our grouping, doesn't it? So, just wondering which one we want to showcase first, either Dreadeye and Chewy or Nobody and Rashino. Should we just do the Nobody and Rashino first since Dreadeye just got done?
Is Nobody also representing THL?
I believe so. That's what I'm being informed.
So we have 3 THLs in the top 4 and a Tierras del Fuego?
Correct.
I mean, I say we go look at Tierras del Fuego then.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
So Nobody versus Rashino.
Although, also relevant to note, Chewy, I believe, was also undefeated in the Swiss rounds and went 3-0-3-0 in the top 16 so far. So that will be a powerhouse matchup for sure between Dreadeye and Chewy. You really can't go wrong with any of these matches here.
Oh no. I will say though, for that one, I'm gonna be picking Chewy. Every time I've been on stream, whether it's trivia or an actual game of Hearthstone, I don't think I've ever seen Chewy lose. At least when there's content going on. So if we end up getting the camera on that game, even for just a second, I think that he's gonna shine in the spotlight.
A solid prediction. I gotta, of course, back my boy Dreadeye instead. So that'll be an exciting one to see how it concludes. Hopefully, we wind up with the type of gameplay that leads us to spec both of these matches rather than just one as they're going on. But we will see.
Yes.
Okay, I see that the players did their bans already.
All right, let's go in and take a look at the bans between Nobody and Racino. We have Racino has banned Nobody's Mage. Nobody has banned Racino's Shaman. And we can run through the rest of the decks. Of course, we've seen them on stream before, but if you're not familiar, just as a reminder, Racino is bringing the Rainbow Mage, the Naga Demon Hunter, which I think is the last Naga Demon Hunter standing, and the Highlander Druid running the 2 duplicates, one of Whelp and one of Nourish, or 2 of, that is to say. And then, Dankus, what do we see on nobody's side for decks?
So nobody's Rainbow Mage has been banned, but we still see that Enraged Warrior coming through. Interestingly, this is the light version here that tops off the curve at 6, so no Grom, but instead just relying on Crazed Wretches to push through that charge damage. We're once again seeing the ever-popular 2/2 Highlander Druid. So once again, not the best performing version of the list at most ranks, but those top players and the ones that are here, they just love that consistency of their ramp. And then last but not least, we have the Highlander Shaman. And card for card, these lists are nearly identical across both players, but notably, nobody has the Sir Finley Sea Guide here that is a bit of a differentiator and might make those Reno payoffs a little bit more consistent. So could be a cool tech here instead of the more tempo Posic.
I like it. It always feels good to have a reroll your entire hand to find the good cards.
Yes,
so
indeed.
I was questioned not running Finley in some of Wirer's lists when I saw it before, and I think other players recently I was watching McBanterface and he was making an argument that you just wanted Finley in that deck and insisted on playing that in Highlander Shaman. And it feels really good when your hand doesn't have Reno and then you play the 1-mana card and then you have Reno.
Yes, and there was a certain other 8-mana hero card that we were playing Finley to go find just a year and a half ago when Lightforged Cariel was good enough as a win condition for Control Paladin. And, I think that lesson still translates here, that just being able to look into a different third of your deck to try and find that card if you don't have it is so powerful, especially for 1 mana.
We got everything here on stream. Shout outs to Control Paladin enjoyers. You better believe it.
All none of you are really celebrating out there, I'm sure.
Come on, man. There's dozens of you, I'm sure.
Okay, Geranium's probably watching this, right? There's one. I'll concede that. There's one.
All right, so as we wait for our players to mentally prepare themselves for this top 4, they've got their bands in, they're kind of working out what's their leadoff class. It's Conquest, so you always have to win with all 3, so there's always this raging debate of does the queue order truly matter, or is it just you could random it and it's fine? There are definitely certain matchups you want to hit and some you want to avoid. That being said, is there anything that you would particularly want to go for? Let's say on the THL side, if you're nobody, what's the lead off here?
So
Shaman, Druid, or Warrior?
So if I'm nobody, I am a strong advocate for rolling the dice for game 1. And the reason for this is because I have a big ego. Mathematically speaking, if you just random it, you cannot be exploited. This means that it's impossible for your opponent to get edge on you by trying to counter queue and pick a matchup that can win. But that being said, if you perceive yourself as the weaker player and you think that your opponent might try to grab some edge on you by making a pick and trying to force one of those good matchups you're talking about, then you get to play the mind game a bit and try to make up some edge. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is if I'm in any given game, I'm going to go random because I'll believe in myself as a player. But if I'm in the top 4 going against one of these guys, maybe I'll go for some cheese. Maybe I'll pick something like this Warrior if I'm nobody and hope that I can land into the Druid or Mage and that the Demon Hunter isn't what I see. Maybe that's what I'm going to try to go out with. But yeah, I don't know. I think that all these players should have confidence in themselves, go random, and let the gameplay decide, not some luck with queue order.
put your faith in Yogg, and Yogg will put his faith in you. And Yogg is really just a coin flip with extra steps, right? It's all just random at the end of the day. Embrace the random, and you will be rewarded. It's only when you have doubt that you get punished. It's like when the one play is, play Yogg Prison on the board and trigger it and hope it works. And the difference between immediately slam it and trigger it and rope to see if you can figure out something else that's better, and then halfway through you're like, there really isn't anything better, and then you send it. The insta slam, it wins. But the roped Yogg location, it doesn't even work. It gives you 4 useless spells and you concede. So you gotta believe, and then your faith is rewarded just like that.
Exactly.
Are we having some issues with the players? For me, I see Rocinho is offline.
Yeah, I think we might have to jump over to. I just pinged Rocinho in the Battle of the Discords there, and I just tried to hit them up on chat as well. And no response yet. Nobody's trying to. Sounds funny to say, but nobody is trying to contact him as well. So. This will be a forever joke. Yes.
Parawax has endlessly trolled with this name change. Well done. So I was just talking to Rocinho like immediately after the win there, and they were active and online. So I don't know if it's a client issue, maybe an internet issue. So in the meantime, then, never fear. We do have another incredibly fantastic matchup that we can dive into, and that is undefeated Dreadeye versus undefeated Chewy.
Oh boy. Well, that's good news for Chewy if what I was saying before is right, but we'll see.
We always believe in Dreadeye. Let's see, taking a look at their matchups, Dreadeye has the Rainbow Mage and Rage Warrior, Highlander Shaman, and Highlander Druid. Almost Highlander. You know the list, 2 and 2. And then we have Chewy on the other side, has brought a Highlander Warlock. What an incredible move. I love it. And he's crushing with it too. Maybe Highlander Warlock is real.
Yeah, it's actually a deck we've seen a fair bit of on the ladder, and it does have a lot of positives going for it into the field that we see these days. So, yeah, I don't hate the idea of it, and it's pretty reasonable on the whole. Sargeras is quite the Hearthstone card.
And Chewy has also gone almost full Highlander. And the only non-Highlander deck he brought is the Rainbow Mage, which just seems to be everywhere and extremely powerful. Beyond that, there's a Highlander Shaman and a Highlander Druid, and it's a real Highlander Druid. None of this too splish splash whelp, too nourish nonsense to deactivate your Reno some of the time. Now, these Reno effects are always active over here on Chewy's side. We see bans are in, and Dreadeye has banned Chewy's Shaman. Chewy has banned Dreadeye's Rainbow Mage.
Well, makes sense enough. I think with this game plan here, it seems like Chewy is pretty clearly trying to go after these druids and shamans, and maybe this lineup will prevail, but I don't know. That warrior is definitely scary on Dreadeye's side, and probably is the deck that Chewy is most unable to stop, given what we've seen.
Oh yeah, the warrior's gonna get through. I think you just if you're Chewy, you just sort of have to expect, one of these two major warrior was always going to have to be banned, and the other one would just kind of always pick up a win. But it's those other two Highlander lists that you're trying to go after and try to find your way through that way.
Exactly.
No shot you beat up on the Enraged Warrior 3 times or the Rainbow Mage 3 times.
Definitely not. And yeah, with this Warlock list, I can say that, from having played against it a fair bit, a lot of the matchup as the Warlock is trying to force that Reno out on your opponent's side before your Sargeras can come down. And if that's the case, then it really does seem like the Warlock can just outvalue a Symphony of Sins, Prison of Yogg, Jerry and Gigafin, just all these clears, and can do such a great job of staying alive, sticking around in the game until those taunts from Sargeras can just close the door and run your opponent out of things to do.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's something I completely did not expect, that Highlander Warlock would become a thing. But I've already heard rumblings of it. I think No Hands was recently streaming it as well. I think McBanterface did pretty well with it on some recent streams too. And I'm kind of excited to see this and see it in action. So hopefully we get into the Dreadeye versus Chewie match soon if we remain unable to line up Rocinho versus nobody.
Mm. Yeah.
We might have to jump to the other match before if we can't get out of Rocinho right away.
Right.
So
Yeah, sort of expecting that that's going to be what we're going for now.
Yeah. I think that seeing decks like this Reno Warlock is so cool, and even it shows that the pessimists like me were too bullish on these Highlander payoff cards, and maybe Reno himself is just the real only reason to do it. It's that card is, can put a whole deck on his back, and that board stuffing effect is really one of a kind.
Yep, a very tough to beat card just on its own. While we wait to line up a few more things here, we do have some time to mention the Tierras del Fuego community at this point. So as Rain has mentioned, their Discord might not be super active, but the community itself has always followed and promoted the Latin American competitive scene. They also have $150 tournaments on Thursday, coming up on the 7th and the 14th, that are going to be open to everyone with an Americas account. You can go to you can find them on Twitter at Tierras Fuego HS for more info as well. And Rocinho is an excellent representative for them, highly competitive player with I think more than $2,000 in prize winnings, third-party events, and multiple #1 legend rankings. So definitely a really good representative for TDF.
Yeah. And if you're interested in their content, they're a great place to get it. Beyond just Hearthstone, Rain is a complete beast. And if you are playing any game with digital cards, there's a good chance that Rain has some sort of content for you. So definitely look into them. Really great community.
Seconded.
Okay, so we're going to go with the Dreadeye and Chewie match for now. I'll change the stats on screen in a second, so I just asked nobody to wait in the wings, and we'll get the Dreadeye and Chewie. The undefeateds. THL undefeateds.
All right.
So Dreadeye asking when to start. I'm just going to say right now.
Oh, they're ready to go.
Yeah, they can jump straight in. Time to queue up that randomizer, random.org. Go ahead and plug in what you want there and just let it rip. Follow the random for what class to lead with, and it won't let you down. Of course, if both players do that, then you could argue that it let someone down, but the other side
they both
didn't let them down.
They both get what they want. It's a beautiful thing. Because who would have, the math just works out that choosing randomly lowers variance. And that is counterintuitive, but a really good thing for players who put in all this work on deck building and practice and, just want their gameplay and the prep work they've put in to determine who comes out on top.
Do love that, especially if the other side is going through like extensive mind games, metagaming, like, well, if I queue this matchup because it's the most favorable, they would queue the other one that beats that one, so then I should queue this other one. They go through like all these levels of psychology, and then the other person's like, haha, random button, go burr.
Yep, exactly. It is a wonderful thing. All right, and looking like we're getting into the game here, we are seeing the Highlander Druid up against the Enraged Warrior. So, I don't think Chewy had a good matchup into this, but oh well, maybe it's good now. Infected Peasant off this Cactus construct is really, really nice for fighting for board. How's Dreadeye going to respond?
Right, my game client does not want to allow me to spectate, but
well, Saku's got your back. Get it in Discord. And
it's free, no subscription.
There we go.
Yeah, and these infected peasants are going to start getting in there and making life difficult for Dreadeye.
Yeah, it's a really fantastic find from Cactus Construct early.
Yeah, and there's Reno. Oh, we get the Nourish too.
Wow.
That Astalor is active. Oh,
okay, maybe Chewy's just built different.
Chewy is gaming here, folks. There's only one of those Nourishes in the deck. We'll have to say it one more time. He is. So that Planet Evidence Nourish, that is getting him right where he wants to be.
Wow. All right. Yeah, Dreadeye just gonna have to develop this Acolyte, take some draw.
And Flower Child here, honestly, even without the finale, I think letting it rip is pretty nice. But maybe 5/5 over 4/5, who knows? I think I like the Flower Child.
Yeah,
just
there's no reason to try to figure out a way to line up its discount at a later point in this game. Just absolutely drop the card now. Gets the draw. Probably doesn't love Sunspot Dragon, but at least you get to use the rest of your mana.
Yeah, and I like the play here to take some trades. Don't let those, don't let another Anima Extractor come down and maybe get some value out of that Acolyte beyond card draw.
Of course, out comes Thori Balor, and we'll surely see this resurrected multiple times.
Yeah,
already a very good setup with Embers to bring it back a couple times for good trades.
Yeah, and this is so greedy from Chewy. I love it. Rather than slam those stats on the board with Dragon Golem, just draw, slow roll, and take advantage of your mana that you got from that Nourish on turn 3.
Yeah, still pretty far ahead at this point in the game.
Yep, and I love the value trade there too. Just recognizing that it's a board control win con here, since you have that mana advantage. And I'll be curious if we're going to see Raystraza, Reno, or a completely different play next turn.
Probably hinges on whether or not the Battle-Worn Faceless gets used. If we see the Faceless come down here to get double Thori, there's a very good chance that Reno might be coming to just wipe that out.
Yeah, well, they can't go face, so I'll predict Raystraza no matter what. I think Chewy is gonna start to put on the pressure. Oh, well, we'll see the fire spell, so maybe now I'm with you, Ron. Wow, we're just going back and forth.
The Thoris are a lot more dangerous. I was sort of expecting that Dreadeye would try to make sure that he has some pressure lined up for the next turn, at the very least to force, the power play.
Yeah.
If not, just apply as much pressure as possible.
Nest Matron Reno's all right. That is so brutal.
Just a decent draw, right?
Yeah, man, Chewy is gaming, folks. This is the real deal. And now is the perfect time to get this Rheastraza online and start finding even more win cons.
Yeah, again, just kind of a rains it pours situation now for Dreadeye. Chewy's got just absolutely everything in his favor at the moment. Dreadeye does have the option to try to set up for huge buffs on Olgra, but it just seems too slow to happen in a way that's going to be impactful enough to matter.
Yeah, I don't think there's much of another choice, though, other than maybe develop the non-Olgra minions and just kind of leave them around, but...
I think there's a good chance that if Chewy was not playing, or if Dreadeye was not playing in the tournament, he would have already conceded.
Almost certainly. Oh, you just see the Ogre come right here, and, oh no. And that is a Razor Scale.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he made that play, if he's just messing around. No, I guess the reasoning was stack everything on the Crazed Wretch.
Yeah. Oh man, ANR 2? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Man. I gotta have some of what Chewy's having. That is really how you Hearthstone.
This is getting ridiculous.
All right, Chewy, if you don't play this ANR right now, I'm gonna come over there. Wherever there is, Europe somewhere. I don't know.
Just Yogg.
Nordic countries.
Yogg it.
Come. Okay, I like where Saku's head's at.
You're already winning. Yogg it.
It's open list here. So is there any reason to not slam down ANR, refresh, and play Astalor?
No.
And also the Fi?
There absolutely is not, Ron.
This play also wins though. Like there's not the only play that maybe loses was, slam the Yogg for kicks and see if it loses you the game.
I don't know if you guys are NFL fans, but there's that clip of the draft a couple years ago where Bill Belichick's away from his computer and his dog is there when it's the Patriots' turn to pick during COVID. I think this could have been that situation with Chewy around a little bit later during the game. He could have got up, left, gave his dog the mouse and headset, and said, "You got this." And
I like it.
It delivered.
Yeah. So a quick game one in the books. Chewy taking the 1-0 lead now with Warlock and Mage remaining to get through, and Dreadeye still on that full stable of Warrior, Shaman, and Druid. Away we go into game two.
Oh. And now Chewy looks like he has the matchup he's looking for with this Mage into the Highlander Shaman. Crucially dodging the Warrior, so pretty big one, and could be the best chance to get the sec through.
Yeah, everything coming up Chewy right now. Of course, an unfavorable matchup does not mean a victory.
But it does not. Looks like we'll see the Prismatic on 2, the Cold Case on 3, and who knows after that. Ooh, that is a weird one.
Not terrible to take Blessing of Kings.
Yeah.
Holy spell. Holy spells are hard to come by.
I see what looks like maybe, I don't know, about 5% of an ice block over there on the right. Chewy does too.
You gotta have faith. You gotta have faith in the shenanigans.
Yeah.
Chewy going with the Terra reality.
you respect, that's what the THL players do. It's top four. Everything is on the line, so you do it for the content. Grab the Terra reality. Big respect.
All right, keeping the highest attack minion up, choosing to hold back the Novice Zapper. Obviously, Dreadeye very much wants to play this backstage bouncer on the next turn.
Yeah, and that minion is really good here for Dreadeye.
Yeah, and to no surprise, Chewie plays that cold case as expected. Dreadeye, obviously, slamming the taunt frogs. And here we go. Chewie's going to dig to see what he can find in this Void Scripture.
Knowing what we've seen today, it's just always Heat Wave, right? Like, there's no question.
Easy Heat Wave. Immediate Heat Wave.
Yeah. I guess the alternative line here is Reverberations alongside a Flame Geyser, but...
Yeah, he wanted to rip the Void right away. He had faith, and now his faith has been shaken. So he goes with the safer play, which is this is reasonably likely to clear, and it does not get to clear the frog. So he's going to have to just go ahead and take out the fish instead.
Yeah. A bit of an unfortunate draw there for Dreadeye, since now this trusty companion actually isn't drawing any cards, which is pretty funny. And this is about as dead a hand as you can have for the shaman going into this turn.
Well, you can trade the Viper and then you draw a card with the trusty companion.
That's funny. True, but really would have been nice to spend all the mana, but that's not happening these days.
You still can. Zapper, Flow Rider, Trusty Companion.
Yeah.
It's an annoying way to approach it, but, it seems reasonable enough.
Yeah.
And there's a cold storage with Golganath in hand.
Yeah.
Oh, right. You can use the Trusty Companion, actually, to just draw your school teacher, which is much better.
Yes. And, well, honestly, the part of the reason I like this Reverberation line so much from Chewie before is that it really makes that second Reverberation in hand a little bit sneaky, and it goes so well into the Golganath there.
Absolutely does. Terra Reality finds pure garbage.
Is Iceblood Tower pure garbage in this matchup?
Well, Ice Lance maybe is helpful. Iceblood Tower seems quite bad. I guess there are some high rolls.
See, that's where my head is at, Ron. I'm only thinking about the high rolls here.
But when are you spending 8 mana on that card? Let's be real, that card's dead in hand.
Hey, we've seen someone spend 9 mana on a Pyroblast when they had the Cosmic Keyboard. You never know.
Fair enough. There is a keyboard in hand. I suppose you can use Iceblood Tower to summon yourself an 8/8.
Okay,
all right, in the meantime, Dreadeye just smorking away, chipping in that damage, getting some draw, and out comes a mech to say goodbye, board.
Yep. And now it's a question of whether we will see Golganath or this Horn of the Windlord. Because I'll be honest, I kind of like this Horn and just sending it face.
With Turn the Tides, you'd immediately jam the Horn, but I still like it regardless.
No, Dreadeye's with me here. Big numbers, just do some damage, and put the mage in a tough spot.
Push 6. There's also just the threat that is he holding Turn the Tides, and it's enough of a threat to possibly prompt some different plays. Maybe Chewie doesn't play the Artificer before this point without it.
Oh, okay. Chewie's still gaming, guys. Also, note that Ice Lance goes face, so Chewie has yet another out there.
Well, it looks like he's gonna probably opt for it now, just to not burn a card as well. Slow down this Horn.
And I like taking a second Flame Geyser here, just to have that reach as soon as Sif is found, but Chewie's on the scripture train.
Chewie's gaming.
Chewie's a student of the book. Reno here breaks the freeze. But
Right. However, freeze, wasn't really all that relevant since Dreadeye doesn't really want to use this Wind Fury weapon until Turn the Tides most of the time, or at
hey,
least
Ron,
something more relevant.
you like 8 drops?
Do we jam it? I mean, it becomes a 3/3 and it dies, though. It feels like not nearly as good.
Yeah.
That would have been the turn for it, though. Like, absolutely. If
I
that's
mean,
the
what else
turn,
is he
yeah.
gonna do?
What
This
if
is
he
a
had just burned a card and saved the freeze, planning on Iceblood Tower freeze, so it doesn't become a 3/3? It's next level, right? You never burn Sif.
Grace of the High Father? Wow.
Wow.
Okay, like I said, I need some of what Chewie is having. This is how you win a tournament, folks. This is good play plus just, having all of these discovers and all of these draws be so good.
All right,
But-
so still a counter spell up. Also now has an Azurite Vein in hand, which makes it a lot harder to not burn a card, prompting the Flame Geyser play. So now he doesn't burn if Dreadeye winds up playing the top deck card or any card that enters hand on this turn.
Yeah. Huh.
Right,
Pretty
Dreadeye
tricky.
first testing that objection, finds out it's an odd objection, still a lot of secrets to play around.
Yes, indeed. And that counter spell is real tough for Dreadeye right now. Those are all spells that he really would like to resolve.
I mean, maybe just play the greedy partner.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind this Golganath here.
Golganath is also fine, right? You probably just pick the card draw.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Then you've
Card
got
draw.
multiple zeros to choose from, some of them that might not matter at all.
Goes for the heal. Counter spell popped. And then might be a greedy partner or an Astalor here. And there's the partner. Howdy. And, I think Chewie might have been a bit heads up there going for that to play around a second Reverberations, maybe. Could have been why he was going for the damage and heal.
Fair.
So, smart line on the other side.
That is summon a 7/7 and 5 4/5s, if Chewie would like. Or wait, no, because he could play
Yeah, eventually. But we'll see the clear for now, and probably the next counter spell will be sitting there until that coin gets used.
Okay. Lines it up for the next turn. Also has a tram mechanic for even more spell schools played. Currently on 5 spell schools, so going to get this fell once the tram mechanic dies for a 6th.
Wow, those are some good ones.
Nice discovers. I mean, you're kind of looking for something else to just get there. Maybe it's Farsight. I mean, you don't have any minions on the board. Altered Chord is okay.
Yeah, I think Farsight would be my choice here if I were Dreadeye, but at this point, he still can't know for sure that it's Azurite Vein, so I'm not sure if Dreadeye deems that that's worth playing around, or if he needs to just advance his own game plan without respecting those other secrets.
Right. And the Viper does clear up the keyboard nicely.
Okay, and there's the Jam Session, which
Jam Session will trigger that Azurite Vein, but enables a full clear and heal. Can also coin out the Astalor if he chooses to, or just hold on to it.
Yeah, and I think he'll be holding that coin for Counterspell. I think that's what's going on at this point.
Yeah, especially knowing like 100% that there is a Counterspell in hand since you saw it come off the Void Scripture.
Yeah.
Chewie going to be a little bit disappointed that he won't also summon a 7/7 from Elemental Inspiration, but it still looks absolutely
works out.
like the play.
And no rushers. Unfortunate there. Yeah, Chewie did not see that coming, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
He's like, wait, but I was gaming.
Yeah. Well,
Where's my rusher?
Trust me, the world's smallest violin is playing right now in our casting booth. You probably can't hear it because Saku is a master of audio mixing, but trust me, Ron and I can hear this violin playing for Chewie right now. As he's probably crying right there in his seat.
It's to cover the raining tears.
Dreadeye did finally find the Turn the Tides. That
Oh.
is a lot of damage. It's not quite.
Well,
Getting
this is
there,
always
though.
Tumbleweed. Chewie's a gamer too, or Dreadeye's a gamer too, not just
Yeah.
Chewie. This is Tumbleweed.
This
So
board is super powerful. So yeah, Dreadeye's very much like, okay, find Tumbleweed. I'm in great shape. What is
Nope.
this? Where's the Tumbleweed?
Nope. So now it's Coin, Finley, and Prey. I don't think there's any other alternative.
Yeah, looks rough.
Yeah. I wonder what is going through Dreadeye's head right now. Probably trying to make sure he doesn't pick a duplicate in case he finds Holiday, but even Holiday at this point is just not a playable card. So, yeah, I think Coin Finley and look for Tumbleweed is the only other option.
Dreadeye's like 1 damage off lethal here, I think. Did that find it? I think that found it. I think he found the lethal.
He just gets there.
That's amazing. Yeah, because I kept like counting and recounting, and I'm like, we are so incredibly close.
Are you though, Ron?
Ran out of mana. I was counting the Astalor too.
Yeah. But let's see now if because surely this is lethal here going the other way with this jam session, right? Because that's 14, another 8. Yeah, that's lethal here
Yeah.
if Chewie jam sessions on the 4/4. So this is why you game, folks.
I mean, it was a really tough line at the end there. Definitely a lot of respect for like going for that. For a second there, I thought he had it, but I had chat mana in that
Yeah.
in that concept. And
Yeah.
Dreadeye was 1 mana off since Coin Astalor was just barely behind that lethal. So Chewie picks up a fairly quick 2-0 lead. Dreadeye back against the wall, and Chewie has 3 potential chances to get there with Highlander Warlock.
Yeah,
It's the moment
those
I've been
are
waiting for.
not. These are not the cards you want to see against Enraged Warrior. So bye bye. And Dreadeye might hang on to an axe, but otherwise that also is not a very good hand over there. So this mulligan's going to be pretty big. But yeah, you had me sweating Ron last game when you were like it's lethal. I'm like, how is he doing it? I thought there was some way to discount the Astalor that I missed, and I was like, this is crazy. But like that, the fact that it all comes down to 2 health in a game that felt so one-sided is just really, really cool.
Yeah.
Right? Probably a pretty good keep for Chewie here. Greedy Partner into Gigafin seems like a good long-term game plan. And not Dreadeye's day with the Hand of All Spells
Yeah,
on
wow.
Enrage. But making the right play here, I think that, forcing damage through with jam sessions seems like the best potential option, and hoping your deck bails you out, and sometimes it do be like that. Probably has to clean up this partner. And Drainsoul is not a bad one to see here. Interesting election there to save the coin. That's a nod to the power of Gigafin there, and Reno as well. This could be the most powerful life tap ever that we're about to see. But nope, just a safe reverberations. And Dreadeye just once again is not finding the cards that he's looking for. Steam Guardian hits. Gets that Trial by Fire discount. Huge. And Opera Soloist will mop this up. Wow. That's a new
I
sentence.
guess maybe like potentially should have taken the. There's nothing. It's just all of it's just so brutal. Like,
Yeah.
oh
I mean,
wow.
So here's the trial. And next we're going to see this Thornveil come down after a
Chewy with the maximum BM emote after high rolling nearly every turn, every game, says wow on the Trial by Fire on 5. Love it.
Yeah. I mean, this is like the best possible comeback for that situation. And yeah, now here comes Sargeras probably.
Yeah, no, Trial on 6 was insane.
Yeah. So, but Sargeras or Reno? That's the question. Because you have the mana for either. And I think Reno here is the safest play. So Reno this turn, followed by Sargeras next turn, I think is the right line. Gigafin here also isn't bad, but I like going Reno. Actually, there's really not a good reason to not go Gigafin.
Maybe it's actually Gigafin.
Yeah, I think I would play Gigafin.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is the best line.
Yeah. Okay, and Chewy agrees. Gigafin will mop those up, and then the Sargeras can come down next turn and probably ice this game.
Hey, you called it. Chewy doesn't lose on stream.
He doesn't, man. I'm telling you. I tried. I wrote the hard trivia questions. I've casted them against tough opponents, and every time, Chewy is just unbeatable on the THL stream. Man, it's built different.
Yeah, these draws are something else too. Dreadeye just can't come up with anything even remotely effective. Chewy is on 12 health, but it might as well be a million.
Yeah, the Sargeras is gonna be just filthy here. Like, I don't think Chewy could have drawn up a better script for how this game was meant to go for him.
Yeah, and I mean, naturally, he's only excavated one singular time, so obviously it was
coins.
Coins to get a faster Sargeras easy.
Yep.
Now there's a theoretical line that could potentially win the game.
I mean, he's looking for the trial. Nope. And now I think no matter what Dreadeye does next turn, I feel like Reno is a pretty good option.
Yeah.
Just armor up, limit the board, send all this damage face, summon 2 more taunts. Like it's looking pretty done on Dreadeye's side. Oh, Darkened Drakir, that's even better somehow.
Wow.
Yeah, but we'll see the taunt demons come out here for sure, and then it's just a question of. Oh, I think it's Reno and the taunt demons is better.
Yeah. Reno taunt demons looks amazing. I mean, just how do you lose? How do you ever lose?
Yeah. Oh, yep, there it is. And well, if you are Dreadeye, I just gotta say, yeah, maybe next year, buddy, or next tournament. That's a tough one to swallow, but great runs by both players, and Chewy will be going on to our final.
Absolutely. So, made a lot of comments about Dreadeye being completely undefeated to this point, but so was Chewy, and not just that. Chewy has gone 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 in this top 16 to punch his ticket to the final game. I mean, there is no one more on fire than Chewy right now.
Oh yeah, and like when we're making these comments about the great draws from Chewy and everything, make no mistake, he's still playing great, still executing, and he brought the decks that put him in this position. But man, like I've said, I'll have what he's having. That is this is what it takes to get to the top of these tournaments filled with great players. And it's awesome that Chewy's taken the things in his favor and been able to convert them into wins.
Crazy. So, just messaging Rashino, who I saw popped online for a quick sec, and now has quietly disappeared again. So, I did message nobody. It's Parawax, right? That's who nobody is. In chat, I'm trying to remember.
I believe you are correct, based on what Ron has said before.
That's what I'm trying to recall. All right, so we're just trying to align this together, and away we go. Oops. Okay. So now I'm just gonna double check something just to remind everybody that has been playing Battle of the Discords of the prizes that were awarded. I want to thank Blizzard and as well as excuse me, the person that was doing the trophy, which is Chalker number 7. So appreciate Blizzard hitting us up with a few of the packs, quite a few of them. So, and those prizes are, if I could get my Discord working properly. So first place is Battle of the Discords trophy. You can have the small pre-order of the next expansion or a 40-pack of the Showdown in the Badlands expansion, plus 50 standard packs. Second place is going to have 15 packs for the current expansion and 20 standard packs. Third place is going to have 7 packs of the current expansion with 10 standard packs, and fourth place has 2 packs for the current expansion and 10 standard packs. So thank you, Blizzard, for helping us out with providing the prizing. Very much appreciated from all the players and obviously all the Discords that involved with today's battle. So nobody in Rashino, I believe, are almost ready. So if we're good.
It's good to see Rocinho back online. So we thought we would be seeing this match first, but looks like after an extended break, players are going to be ready to dive in. I'm excited to see how this one turns out. If we'll have a THL final, or if it will be THL versus Tierra del Fuego, which is what we'll have in this Final Four.
Yeah. Oof. And a THL final. Could be for some greatness here.
It is a THL stream with some THL broadcasters. We're just a tad biased over here, but trying to keep as fair of a perspective as we can.
Yeah, and also, just a thought. Do we have 4 countries here represented in the top 4?
Oh, do we really?
Is Parabox? Is nobody Canadian? Because then we would have
Parawax should be, yeah.
Yes, because then we have U.S., Canada, Argentina, and is it Sweden Chewy's from?
Sweden, yep.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool.
That is cool.
Yeah. People all around the world getting together for, some grassroots Hearthstone. It's awesome.
All right. So we do
All
have
right,
eyeballs.
I see eyeballs.
Yes. So first to spectate is going to be Rashino, with nobody sitting on top. So let's go see.
All right, we are starting off with Demon Hunter for Rosino and Warrior for nobody. These hands, where was this? If Dreadeye's watching, I can't imagine he's too thrilled seeing a hand that has some cards you want.
Yeah, those are a little bit better.
All right, and a turbo start from Rosino, just immediately clearing the minion, developing some tempo on board.
I like this play a lot. I really like where he's going with this. Just getting these minions out, punishing nobody for making reactive plays and not developing. And, if that sharpshooter comes up, we know it happens, even at 3 health. So really, really heads up from Rosino to just take on the board right away.
Definitely. And nobody, not a lot of options now, no minions in hand, and just jamming the Anima Extractor because it's a 1/4 and it can help contest a little bit.
Yeah, and tough choice of Nagas here. Feel like the Baba Naga is actually the one that's most likely to be impactful here, but Wayward Sage is cheap, so why not?
Hey, when in doubt, take the Winnie main deck.
That's true. And unfortunately for nobody on the other side, there are no minions in hand. So those buffs are just going to waste. Might have to see Imbued Axe used just to fight for board, of all things. This is
Yeah, it is a rough spot for Enrage Warrior. Finding some of the cards that it wants for its combo stuff early, but no additional support in the future draws to line things up, and Naga Demon Hunter just going very fast in this early game. Major respect to Rosino for just that turn 1 play just came down so fast. Like it's the product, I think, of playing a lot of games on this deck and just knowing immediately like what the win condition is and how to approach it. And
absolutely.
this pressure is sticking and putting Warrior in a very bad spot immediately.
Yeah. It's just all that matchup knowledge is so huge. Magnifying Glaive will just come out, I think, and start going.
Yeah, just hit him in the face. I mean, it's awkward because you want to use those weapon swings to draw cards.
Yeah.
But there's already refill in the hand anyway.
Yes.
Momentum being in hand is the one thing that Rosino is probably just not feeling good about.
Yeah.
And there's a couple cards that just change that right away.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a 2-mana card off the top here for Rosino, though, it's great. Like that Magistrate refills the hand, turns momentum on right away, and you can just tempo out. So it might be just pretty good in any state here. Like even though there are better cards to have, it might not hurt him. That's all I'm trying to say.
Right.
And then
nobody finally picking up something to do here. And the Gold Panter's really nice to get some additional card draw while getting buffed on board and harder to deal with. Looks like there's a clear weapon swing target now for Rosino.
Yeah, and we'll see that Oscillator come down, maybe alongside that Snake Oil.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see
Get
the
rid
Naga.
of cards.
Yeah.
If you play the Magistrate now, it draws 3, so Momentum is not playable.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see the Wayward Sage and then just gamble on the top deck that you get from this weapon. But Magistrate instead, Rocinho is the expert, and there's a Dispose with a second Magistrate. Oh, that's pretty good.
I think the biggest issue was just like, hey, you can use Sage and Momentum, but you then leave up the Gold Panner, and you already have the 3 attack weapon to kill the 3 health minion. Just, I like this
Yeah.
line here. It just makes so much sense.
Yeah. Because, like, you have Sage, you swing the weapon, and then you get a card off the top, and if you can spend that 2 mana, you can just sort of keep going and have a 3 mana Magistrate for later. But, yeah, like, this line just makes sure that you have that 5/4 on board and that you're spending your mana. So I think it can work out pretty well.
Another awkward hand for nobody. Decent amount of cards in hand, but they're not doing enough.
Yeah, and maybe this is on the trial, one of them. Yep, okay, a trial by fire next turn could help turn things around, but no other playable card? Just armor up and sit?
Brutal.
So, is there any lethal out here that we can
Hey.
see?
Technically, the Faceless was playable.
I mean, I guess so. So, Yeah, unfortunately, neither of those momentums can be turned on, to my knowledge.
Yeah, Momentums are awful draws here. You don't even know which Momentum you get to put back in the deck.
Yeah.
You hope it's the far left if you're Rocinho.
Gaming.
Okay, good, good job. Calculated.
Yeah, it's all going face, right? It has to.
Oh, absolutely. Well, there's no way anything is going anywhere but upstairs, and
Yeah,
this lines up to win the game on the next turn, unless taunts or something crazy.
Yeah. So this probably is the 6 mana trial by fire, and yeah, just hope. But like, do we think that on nobody's side he's thinking I've got to press this armor button no matter what, or do you think that he is confident that at 6 health he'll be able to hold out and last another turn?
I don't think there's any level of confidence here. I think
Yeah.
you're making the decisions now on what play you make based on what's the thing that's most likely to win the game, assuming they don't have any number of really good cards that always kill me.
Yeah. And like with our
and-
caster vision, we know this game is over at this point. There's
Right.
actually not any out.
With caster vision, the out is like, I don't know, Light of the Phoenix and
Embers,
something.
which might still be the best play.
Like ping your own minion, Light of the Phoenix, double Embers or something. I do like the option. It was either always going to be like Trial or Olgra.
Yeah.
Like ping your own minion, Olgra, because you get an actual threatening board of your own, or Trial by Fire, but it's just immediate GG, momentum in hand. All the damage just got there.
Yeah, well, you know what they say. This Demon Hunter was nerfed, not very good anymore, something. Yeah, I mean, he didn't even have Sharpshooter. He just hit him. Was a really, really heads-up turn one that, might be the pivotal decision of this whole match.
Yeah, I love that was a game-deciding turn one, and Rocinho in about 3 seconds, 1 second, just let it all rip immediately, and it's like, oh yep, that won the game right there.
Yeah.
So the Demon Hunter gets through. Rocinho has the Druid and Mage remaining. Nobody's still with their full stable of classes in Warrior, Druid, and Shaman to see what we line up with in game 2.
Righty.
Here we
go.
go.
We have the Druid. And that's a Reno in the opening hand. Probably not keeping anything but Reno, but Reno and a coin, can't complain.
Rocinho's list is the double duplicate list. So I do like the idea of just, hey, throw it away, full mull always for Splish Splash Whelp or Nourish.
Yeah. All right.
Because it doesn't feel good keeping Reno when Reno's not active.
This is true. Ooh, Lightbinder's Gift is a pretty interesting one here. Maybe find some ramp. I don't
Could
love,
absolutely work.
yeah, I don't love Raker Moonbeam,
Hmm.
but
Get yourself some random nature spells. Hope they're good. They're
Those
not
are-
bad.
those are pretty good. I mean,
I mean, it's not wild growth, but
it says wild is pretty good on turn 3. I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Same difference.
No, take it for sure.
So
Cactus Construct also being picked up here, leading to some interesting potential choices.
yep, and Bone Flinger, passable. Audio Amplifier, not so much. No Coroner, that's for sure.
Bone
Wow.
Flinger is also nice with the Wild Spirits. It's just an extra way to have undeads to enable it to deal some damage. Meanwhile, though, nobody just kind of it's a pretty straightforward game plan so far. You got the egg, you got the location, you got the weapon. Do your thing, hit him in the face.
Yeah. I feel like playing that turn so passively could come back to bite Racino here. This is a lot of pressure now with this egg and this axe going. Innervate's a big pickup.
Absolutely. Widowbloom Seedsman gets the little bit of ramp going, trying to find some breathing room. There's not a lot of breathing room to be had, though. Nobody really applying the pressure now. Crazed Wretch getting very large.
Yes.
Rocinho is almost
Yogs are
dead.
on. And
He's going to be very dead before Yogg is playable.
Yeah, I don't really see an out here. It all just seems a little too slow.
You can be not dead for an additional turn, maybe.
I mean, if you use the Innervate to do this and play the plating, there might be something, but even then there's no guarantees.
I mean, I don't even know if you can use the Innervate, because do you have the idea like, oh, Yogg is my answer? Because there's no way you're making it to 8 mana.
No, absolutely not. I think that the hope here is that somehow you can get an Ignis Poisonous Death Rattle on 1 and find a way to break it, but it's
Yeah, I think I would also like the Innervate Chitinous Plating, because this has gone so badly for Rocinho, as well as the last game went for the Naga Demon Hunter is about as badly as it's gone for the Druid.
yeah, and
Warrior has found all the beatdown.
And I like this play here. Yep, that should do it. This should be lethal here. Right? Definitely. So that's plus. That represents another 3-4 damage. Not quite then, just still a little off. But it is a lot of stats.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever hold it back.
Yeah, I mean, just getting the damage here on the 1/3 and 3/3 so that they can get attack buffs from or on the 3/3, I guess, so they can get attack buffs from this imbued axe seems so important.
And then is the decision just, do you use your weapon swing to hit the 2/1?
Yeah, or go face.
Or is everything going face?
Yeah, I don't mind everything face here. The 2/1 doesn't trade favorably, so
Yeah.
this is pretty nice, and 2 damage.
2 off lethal, and maybe Ignis saves the day, or
Yeah.
it's curtains.
I don't think that there's any way Ignis can save the day now, but it was a good run.
Sometimes Enraged Warrior just gets there.
Yeah, and there's no card draw in this hand either, so there's no way to find anything else. Gonna grab the 1 mana poison. Death Rattle. Oh, unfortunate. Just not fast enough.
Yep. That is the Ignis weapon that you need, and then you also need to break that weapon. And you'd still be dead, actually, to the egg.
Yep.
Found lethal though.
Yeah. Easy.
Good spot. Good spot finding the lethal there. So we
we're
are
all
evened up.
And, I think that I would say that I like Rocinio's position a little bit better here, just because I think that, relatively speaking, that Demon Hunter was going to have more trouble getting through than the Warrior. But, yeah, we'll see what's left now. We've just got a Reno Dex and a Mage.
Absolutely. The same exact druid, I believe, on
Yes.
either side.
That is correct.
I think they're card for card. And then, of course, Shaman left up for nobody, where Rocinio's Shaman is banned, Mage banned for nobody, Rocinio's Mage still up.
Oh.
Was Rocinio also an undefeated player in the Swiss? I believe they were. Yes, they were. Or no, my bad. They were.
Yeah, I thought they won. I lost once, but that's just.
Oh, it's because did the standings update differently? No,
Oh,
actually our only undefeateds were Dreadeye and Big House. So I misspoke before calling Chewy undefeated. All right, so going into the tank, maybe trying to figure out how do we queue here for this game 3. Game 3 could be quite pivotal, and here we go. It's Mage versus Druid.
Yep. And, doesn't really look like a hand either player would be happy with. And we see them both toss most of it back.
Yep.
And yeah, not too bad either way. The bloom there is really nice for nobody, and this curve is looking really nice for Rocinio. So definitely have more of a Hearthstone game here now post Mulligan.
Plenty more options. I suppose Arcane Intellect is just a card you want to keep digging. I thought maybe you might have too many card draw things or hand size issues already with volume up in hand, but Rocinio wants to go with Arcane Intellect. It's also one of the things that progresses an Arcane without having to use the damage in hand.
Yeah, I think I was pretty partial to going with the 1 mana Frozen Touch and then just using that with Maxitude next turn rather than gassing it. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe if Rocinio just gets to dig a little bit closer to Sif or something else and hits the 1-drop just perfect.
I also really wanted the 1 mana Frozen Touch, but this looks exceptional now, especially after picking up the Snake Oil Salesman.
Absolutely.
Or the Miracle Salesman.
Yep. So I feel like this cold case is all but inevitable here. And
all right, Dankus,
send it upstairs.
You're Mage, you have 4 mana, you're holding cold case. What do you do?
Volume up, mill. I don't know. I have too many choices.
Ping phase.
My magic
Right.
will tear you apart.
Your classic aquatic on turn 5. Find Nourish, play Nourish. Seems good. Both players doing a lot of what they want to be doing right now.
Yeah. I think so far though, I would rather be in Rocinio. That's a key. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. I would rather be in nobody's position. That Keeper's Strength is a heck of a card to randomly generate, or just
Yes,
put in
it
your
is.
deck too. But neither player has that option here.
All right, 2 spell schools currently down for Rocinio with Arcane and Frost, holding a Fire and a Shadow already here to make these Wisdoms very cheap. Not going to get the extra discount off of Reverb, just going to hold that.
Yep. Prismatic can come down here, and ooh, Illuminate is a pretty nice
love
one.
to see the Illuminate. That's a snap pick.
Yep. Illuminate here, get that little bit of info. Sure, Discovery of Magic, why not?
Certainly
Yeah.
not ones you want to leave at the bottom of your deck. Not when you know that there's 2 of them and you want more spell schools. Although it doesn't feel great to know that you have another Arcane Worm at the bottom that's going to be difficult to find. It's just cheap additional sources of damage, but it's not bad.
I don't think Rocinio's hurting for damage. There's an Arcane Bolt, there's a Reverb, and there's a Miracle Salesman on the board. I think he's got what he needs. So it's going to be
Probably
a matter
true,
of
yes.
whether that Sif ends up in hand on time or not. And this is going to really put this out of reach here if nobody can find more tools, because 20 armor is a lot.
Yeah, Druid, in the matchup against Mage that is looking to just find a whole bunch of burn all at once. And OTK, well, sounds like an armor strategy then.
Yeah,
And nobody found a lot of armor here.
Yeah, I think this play is really interesting. Going for the Finley there, and oh, there's the Ignis. And the Reno.
Yeah,
But
just
still no
knowing
Splish
what
Splash.
knowing
right?
what he needs to find. It doesn't really matter too much to not have Reno active yet when you've forged already. You want to get Ignis that you'll play on turn 9 into the weapon on turn 10. If you find Wind Fury armor, I don't know if it's even losable.
Well, to be fair, I do think that if Rocinio doesn't kill off his own Miracle Salesman here, that it would be pretty heads up for nobody to slam this Reno if it were somehow active and Splish Splash 12 was off the top.
True.
Oh, yeah, I think that's a little bit of a miscue there on Rocinio's side, but there it is.
Oh, wow.
Wow. So,
well,
with all
disappearing
the
0 damage. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. See the ENR here. Get the mana refresh, and then this Reno probably will come down and take away that option. Powerbox probably thought he was going to have another mana out of this. Nah. Alright, it's gone. And how do you answer if you are Rocinio?
Bottom right. The mage will surely beat the shaman. Yeah, it looks very bad.
Maybe there's a good nature spell? Nope. Predation?
Yikes.
With a Naga in hand?
So you just need to find an arcane. Well, you have an arcane. I guess maybe you use the volume up. Perhaps it's Artificer volume up. to take some armor, you're not really under that much pressure. Just don't
Yeah.
know if you can find enough damage.
Yeah,
But this
I
makes
mean,
sense to go volume up, make sure the lady is
one
at the
mana
point
spell
where she
off
can
the
do the discount.
Maxitude, and it's cooking.
Can we find burn? No burn.
Oh, well, that's a little sad there. But it does stop the card draw or the life gain. So,
Yeah, now Lady Nazjar back on a non-discount, which seems extremely necessary in order to find a way to win, given the 0 mana card for damage also got disappeared. Nobody digging for draw. Is the play always Ignis and just find
no,
that?
it's Astalor. Oh my god.
Yeah. It was probably always Ignis pick 10 mana weapon right up until you find 5 more armor, a little bit more tempo on board, and a 14 burst card.
Yeah, that sums it up. That's a good way to put it. Man, an Astalor plus Finley into the 1/3. Send
Even
7.
then, you might be having that internal debate of Ignis is pretty slow, and if I just play it now and get the armor weapon, I can't lose. Yeah. Like, I mean, I could definitely see play Astalor, but there's 10 mana weapon, Wind Fury, and gain armor.
Yep. Okay.
Exactly the game plan. This weapon in particular is superior to putting the 14 damage Astalor in hand and gaining 5 extra armor. The weapon, I think, makes the game unlosable.
I mean, I think it was already a pretty good position either way, but
Well, yeah.
But man, it really giving up the reverb, that's surprising. I think the only line here was Arcane, Nazjar, and Maxitude. But
yeah, did find finally another damage spell for Sif, but I don't know, it just can't really seem to get there.
yeah, I think buttons are being pressed right now. I do not. Well, that's pretty good. No, not again. They're not just ripping.
Confused why we didn't rip the Inquisitive Creation there.
Yeah. Like a little bit of a tough situation, but
I thought maybe like, okay, the reason we did that was to try to find exactly Inquisitive Creation to clear the whole board that way, and then we found it and didn't use it. But again, like, nobody was not really ever going to lose this game with the way this is gone and all the armor gain.
I mean, Elemental Inspiration can do some damage from this position now. There's just not a lot of counter pressure.
That's the new line, right? I guess.
I mean, maybe Rocinho is just all good now. Like, sure, there's all
the
this.
Yogg always answers it. And then it's the second one. And does the second one get there?
Yeah, but like this Astalor is so much worse now. Like, even finding this perfect weapon, I feel like this line actually probably panned out a little worse. Like, you can't know everything, but this has been a really surprising endgame. I don't think if you asked either of us 4 turns ago where we'd be, this is what we would expect.
Yeah, this definitely, I feel like this has turned the corner from unlosable for nobody into there's a way this actually can lose.
I mean, I think Rocinho is the player more likely to win now, just based on how the past turn or two has gone. Like, I actually do think that they are back in the game in spite of how awkward that creation turn ended up being, or the card draw turn.
I don't know, I just see so much damage from the weapon swings. I thought they'd always go face here.
I mean, they should, but, you know, there's an Arcane Artificer in hand. Like, there's bodies on the board. Druid needs Yogg to clear it, and we know Yogg's on the bottom. like real Yogg, not prison. But
Yeah.
like we'll see this Artificer, we'll see the Scripture, and yeah, like Rocinio still has plenty of life to work with. And Counterspell seems okay. Blizzard seems pretty okay as well. Like,
Yeah, I like either option. Scripture again into a cold case.
Vast Wisdom, pretty great. That looks good.
Interesting.
Can maybe see a Rewind here. Another
I
Vast.
think I would want to go maximum defensiveness with cold case and then try to line up the play for the next turn. So yeah, this now with all that armor gain to get out of lethal range prompts Yogg and Prey.
I mean, it's not just out of lethal range. He's way out, and he's set up even more armor gain off the Nosjar if he wants it.
It's never out of lethal range. Yogg Pyro's face and it's over.
True. Gets the weapon boost.
Okay. In a vacuum, not bad outcomes. Ooh, that was very bad outcome.
I mean, yeah. All things considered now.
Yogg did a +8
Yeah.
when you needed the -10.
Yeah, and well, another 5 too, because that damage has to go into the Artificer. Murder accusation will happen, and now this creation can come in and clean up, and Sif is going to be pretty dangerous soon.
Wild game here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, man, like that Ignis play might have just been too defensive. And
Also, you no longer really need to try to line up discounts for Sif. You could just try to go more defensive with Lady, but you've already probably gained enough armor that that's not even necessary either.
yeah, Frozen Over is kind of spicy. I don't think any of these other cards do much, but see the Heart Strike.
Sort of a swing and a miss with the Prismatic.
Yeah, none of those are really desirable. We can see the Touch go face here, and then maybe the Infinitize, or we see a Rewind. Vast Wisdom. Cryopreservation. Oh, these are...
Maybe you want the Molten Rune and you try to flip it with a
Yeah.
really cheap one.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Got him. Shooting Star probably for sure. Forge that rune.
Do you forge and maybe Heart Strike your own skeleton?
Oh, well, we'll see this here.
Or Frozen Touch and then Heart Strike it. Order slightly, it really doesn't matter to miss like one proc on a Frozen Touch infuse.
Yeah. I think that like what's going on here probably is that there's going to be one more turn to push damage, and then Sif should be good to go following. That's what it
What an
seems like.
incredible turnaround. Yeah, this looked so over. And just like that, Elemental Inspiration is a hell of a card.
That it is, and there's still another one, even if there were somehow a clear. Because I think the Forge here is a certainty.
Druid now sitting at a paltry 62 total health.
Yeah, with a hand of cards though that really don't do all that much, which is, the strangest thing for a deck like this. Rewind first, maybe get the discounts, play the Nosjar. Yeah, okay, it's looking pretty good. I think that nobody is definitely dead next turn.
Yes. The reverb there too, really making it extra powerful.
Yep, we see the Forge there. The minions are just gonna trade here because their damage isn't needed where Rocinio is going.
Well, you also need to make the board space for Sif and the reverbed Sif.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
and
but
here we go with Prison of
Rocinio's
Yogg
dead,
trying
that's
to
right.
find it.
Finds Raystraza. 8 armor. Okay, maybe. Surely 8 armor makes all the difference.
What else do we got? 2 damage.
Okay, so now hear me out.
Yogg.
No, I mean, yeah, there's nothing else. Because this is 56 right now.
Yeah, even the best Astalor of all time that ignores board and goes exclusively face still doesn't line up a kill here.
Does he even have
No
hand space?
Yogg.
Can he even fit that in his hand? Yep, got one spot. And that will do it.
Yeah, so playing the Astalor, not enough at all.
Yeah, and this is so much damage.
We're not even gonna bother counting because it's absurd. You've got plus 14
Yep.
just on the Molten Rune for 0.
Yep, and you've got 2 frozen touches, 2 molten runes, and the yeah, that's a little good.
All right, is Sif a good card?
I mean, hey, if you can do this, definitely.
All that and an overkill by only 13 or 14.
I mean, I think I don't think he played it all, did he? I think he still had another one.
Yeah, he might have had more damage in hand too. That was pretty insane. So there we go. Rocinio's mage picking up a victory, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, as it were, with the druid looking overwhelmingly strong with all of that armor. And now it is down to just Rocinio's druid that needs to get through. Nobody still with a shaman and a druid of his own.
Yeah. Chat is just getting to that Ignis turn right now. They probably think that nobody's about to win.
Yeah.
Wow. Wait till you guys are living in the future like us. Then you'll just look back and laugh at how naive all of us were. Just thinking we know things.
I think there's a Discord that we haven't mentioned in a little bit. How about THL? You guys heard of that?
Oh, what's
Ooh.
THL?
Team Hearth Legends League. I've heard it both ways.
Yeah, it's bounced around a little bit. So
there's still
just,
ideas. It's still new.
Briefly, while the early mulligan is being decided, Team Hearth League (THL). It's a team-based semi-competitive Hearthstone league with a new season every expansion. Teams form typically in about groups of 5 players. There's a specific series that has 3 players and even a buy-in with a prize at the end. But mainly, the series are for pride, for fun, and it is an absolute great time to just get a whole bunch of Hearthstone-minded individuals to compete over and over in a tournament-style setting week after week. You learn more about lineups, you learn more about competitive Hearthstone, and a fantastic, caring community to be a part of.
It truly is great. Do THL. All of you. Next Battle of the Discords is THL versus the world, because everyone will be in THL. It is that great.
I like that idea.
All right, on to game 4. Rocinio's Druid versus Nobody's Shaman. Wow. That's a good one off of the Cactus.
Yeah, not a bad start.
It'll feel a lot better if Rocinio draws a dragon off the top, too.
Was there ever any doubt?
Of all the dragons to draw, the refresh one, too. Now just imagine another dragon gets drawn off the top here.
I can't imagine it. I'm gonna need some help. So maybe if Rocinio could show me. Oh, unfortunate. It's just wild growth.
Oh yeah, we'll just settle for some more ramp, will we? Although, I mean, kind of the way this hand is going, you usually want to use Nourish for ramp, but this looks kind of like a Nourish for draw situation.
Nah, I'm ramping. If I'm Rocinho, I am pressing that ramp button so fast.
Given that you have, oh, well, card draw and card draw now in hand. What a
I had no doubt at any
what
point.
a sequence. All right. Out
Framester.
comes Framester, shutting off some Highlander effects for the time being.
But it does not notably shut off 9 mana.
No, it does not.
We'll see how Rocinho elects to start the turn. We're gonna have that
Like
planted
planted
evidence.
evidence is the lead.
Probably a rake.
Yeah, those weren't impressive, but they're fine. There are a couple of smorky fish on the board.
Well, 1 mana rake is pretty good from what I understand, so I'd like to play that. Watcher of the Sun, aquatic form. Probably save that for next turn. Find something good.
And then an easy board clear here with the 0 mana rake.
Yep. And things are looking pretty good for Rocinho this time, but could be last game, but in reverse. Maybe there is a situation where nobody can completely flip the script and take this back, but hard to imagine right now.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal to be on 5 mana and see your opponent with 10 mana on their next turn. Also, unfortunately for nobody, not picking up the Doc Holiday, which seemed fairly sorely needed at this point, losing on the mana battle so hard. Oh,
Yeah. Well, when there's a Reno, there's a way.
Fortunately for nobody, they did play the Framester already. So Rheastraza is not something that can just immediately get slammed and generate constant value.
I think that's actually like the opposite.
I guess because they're holding Reno, right?
Yeah, given that the Reno is actually in hand in most situations, though, yeah.
But yeah, otherwise, it just like immediately gets picked and windmill slammed onto the board and generates 1 dragon, and then Coin Reno disappears it, and we have a different game.
Yeah. Because Rheastraza is really one of the only ways this Druid has to win the long game. Like, it's a decidedly ungreedy deck for a ramp Druid, which is so unusual. When Druid usually is the deck in the format that has those long tools. It's kind of in the middle right now and gets beat out by control if they don't have Rheastraza going. So
True.
Yeah, we'll see if nobody's going to try and hang on without Reno to avoid having to, deal with those infinite dragons, or if they'll be going for a more aggressive method of winning the game. Good draw. Yeah,
Seems all right.
pretty solid.
Top deck a Titan on 10.
Yeah.
Why not?
Now, here's the question. Do we see card draw or mana?
I think I'd go card draw and just take a burn.
Yeah. So here we go. 1, 2.
Well, it's
Reno's,
a lot of overloads.
Reno's back.
True.
3.
All 3 framed. Just like that.
Yeah, well, those are okay cards to work with now.
There was one problem that was going on for Rocinho at the start of that turn, and that was there's not really a lot of cards in this hand. Kind of running out of resources. What do we do? Oh, hey, there's Titan. There's all of the resources. Okay, we're fine.
Yeah. Looks like a decent tumbleweed here. I mean,
yeah, you can just clear the board and take 3 more damage. Develop your 6/6. It's fine, right? Yogg and Prey, probably not what you want to do here.
yeah. It's funny, though, because now we know that Rocinho is almost never going to see this Rheastraza. There's how many more cards are left in that deck right now? Not too many, but
And an Innervate burned of all things, so really absolutely no downside coming from playing the Titan here at this point. Really doesn't want to burn the next draw, I guess, because Ignis did look quite good.
yeah.
Elects to just keep some pressure off the face and gain more armor while being immensely overloaded, and can now get back to having all of the mana. Still back on 10 mana. Shaman's still not at 10 itself.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see the lightning reflexes here, and then probably with the intent to follow up with Astalor if after the 2 gets played or whatever cheap nature spell comes up.
Yeah, you've got like Reno's finally playable, and of course feels just miserable to actually get down. No way you'd play it, and sort of maybe just holding it until you see a Riastraza. And there aren't a whole lot of other options, so just go digging, see what you find.
Yeah, I mean, Turn the Tides can do some damage, but I think that weapon's probably just going to be board control here. But we'll see the Turn the Tides come out, sure. Probably an Amphibious Elixir, get some more health, find some more answers. Tumbleweed also could be a pick. Yeah, I like this line here, but
yeah, this is good.
I think holding the weapon might have been more up my alley, but sometimes 12 is 12. Need to start getting this druid's health down.
12 is 12.
Yeah. Because other than Reno, the druid does not have great ways to react to a board like this. So they get to do this.
Clearing up biggest minion, get big weapon, do big things.
Yeah. With the 10, Wind Fury. Ooh, tough call.
Is that Wind Fury minion?
Or damage? Yeah. It's minion, okay.
6 damage is a lot. There's absolutely an argument to be made for that. But you also kind of have to give a lot of respect to the fact that when Shaman looks like it's almost dead, it's never really almost dead. There's a lot of heal in this deck.
Yeah. And Command of Neptulon here, too, does a nice job tidying up the board and making this weapon feel a little bit unimpactful beyond, or at least from a damage perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Blazing Transmutation, pretty cool.
Helpful for the command minion.
Yeah, what are we gonna see on this as the 6? Oh, wait a second.
Wow. Yeah. It's a snap pick if you ever seen one.
Yep. Take away a resource.
Get rid of some value. And this, I don't know, does it immediately force? Well, probably the Yogg, I guess, and then Reno most likely has to come down after.
Yeah, we'll see what comes up.
The 8's not a high roll of the 8, so the 4/6 doesn't die here. Could have always been the Demon Hunter, the green rag.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the Yogg. It's just 2 mana efficient. And it does clear, so... It also is a pain for Rocinio to remove it. And even if they are spending the Reno, I don't think that nobody's unhappy because they'll get that full prison value. So I like going Yogg, forcing some fights and seeing what happens. But we see the Reno. And, you know, the weapon is limited for next turn, which is notable.
That's probably the biggest reasoning for Reno, and what a top deck for Rocinio. There were obviously very few cards that could have possibly been drawn since the deck is very low. Reno coming down limits the board on the other side. It is the highest of high noon now.
Yeah. Well, it's prison time. Let's go. For
This
all the
is real
marbles,
rough.
Mr. Nobody.
You can play the Yogg and steal the 10/10 and not have it on your side. It'll just die.
I mean,
and you get the 2 random spells. It's not good.
alternatively, prison.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You probably just have to jam it, right? The
I
thing
would
is,
say-
you're absolutely dead if you do that and it fails, and it usually fails.
I mean, if it fails, are you ever winning? I don't think the Yogg is a winning line. 'Cause
Probably
you're still
not.
similarly dead.
Right.
Plus, I will say, like, pedantically, that he is alive on 1 without some additional damage find this way. It's the hero
True,
power.
there's the hero power for armor.
So it
And
missed.
that is bricks.
That it is. So that hero power will go face, and we'll see if Rocinho can find an answer to close the door on this one.
You should probably press a button. Okay, just left. Maybe. Not sure if disconnect or okay, I'm out.
We're in suspense here, folks.
But it seems very clear that the game is over, and Rocinho has picked up the 3-1 victory and will advance.
With that, then THL can't have their cake and eat it yet. Rocinho is still representing Tierra del Fuego in the final match. So, pretty
Okay,
excited.
we're back.
Not over now. 1 HP.
Yes.
Had a nice visual bug. That's always cool.
I mean, send the Yogg. It's always damage.
I like the way you think. Never
You
just
can play
Astalor.
Watcher. A Watcher might be damage. There's multiple holy spells that are extra burn.
I think Astalor was the safest play, but this is.
But you can still play
yeah,
Astalor
yeah.
too. Yeah, so like this is the good line. This is the line that kind of makes sure that you're not gonna
And this is sometimes lethal
throw
too.
something away.
Nope. Any Nope, wrong order.
Found the bad order.
Rotten.
No.
I mean, you just play the Astalor in the flash heal and yeah, set him
Is
to
there-
1.
Is there any Yogg sequence here that ends it?
Like a massive heal plus twisting nether. If you, well, no, I mean, I guess you make the board kill itself, so it's just like a double heal from Yogg, like big heals.
Yeah. Because really, what else? What other line is there?
Can't think of one.
Because there's nothing in the deck to Finley for, right?
You'd Finley for a Reno to save you if you weren't already Reno, so you'd Finley for a Yogg location. But also, yeah. If I wasn't holding the Yogg Titan, I would probably play Finley to find the Yogg Titan. If you're in this never say die mindset, because that's all you can do, is hope the random goes crazy. The board did kill itself. Damage is not what you need. Taunt.
Close, but no, not quite.
Still dead.
It's hero power is gonna get there, and like that, we will be going on to our final match.
Okay.
All right, so congratulations to Racino for keeping Tierras del Fuego alive. So we don't have a THL versus THL final. We have two communities represented for our final game between Chewy and Racino. You love to see it. Except for those THL fans out there that just wanted THL on THL violence, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, we beat up on each other every season, so it's fine. We're used to it.
Very used to it.
Okay, so I'm just gonna double check with Rashino to see if they want a quick couple minutes.
We've seen some crazy stuff going on lately in these last few games. Unexpected outcomes all over the place, from snatching victory from the jaws of defeat to wild random things here and there. And we're looking for a very exciting, filled with fireworks final match, I would hope.
So Racino seems to want to just keep going. And I just double check with Chewy, so waiting on a response. Since they are in Sweden, so it's a non-North American match if we look at it from a continental status. So
Right on. I'm hoping for literal fireworks in this match, by the way. It is possible. There could be a tear reality, and tear reality could give like the firework elemental thing. I could see it. Just saying.
sorry, just type into Rashino to see how they're doing.
All right. Excellent. And I think we're also waiting for the bracket to update.
Yeah.
I don't have the match reported yet on Battle 5 between Nobody and Racino. It's still showing as 0-0. So might be a good idea to give them a reminder if they haven't already to submit those results so it progresses the bracket.
Yeah, I'm just DMing or pinging Mako right now to see if he can refresh it.
Great. But as previously established with these lineups, Chewy has the very interesting Highlander Warlock in the lineup, along with the one non-Highlander deck that he runs, a Rainbow Mage, and then a Highlander Shaman, and a full Highlander Druid with 0 duplicates, contrary to how many of the Druids in the tournament have been built. While Racino has that Highlander Shaman as well, a Rainbow Mage as well, a Highlander Druid featuring a few duplicates, and of course, their own spicy inclusion of a Naga Demon Hunter. So very exciting to see. There were a lot of lineups that were almost like exactly the same, with Warrior, Shaman, Druid, Mage. I think that was a prevailing lineup in this tournament. But our two finalists, they both went and cut out the Warrior, replacing them with very non-standard inclusions in Warlock and Demon Hunter here.
Kind of refreshing to see a little bit of different flavoring. Sorry, my tongue is not catching up to my mind right now. So, so to see Chewy with Warlock, I think that's the only one that was played in the Swish. So just double checking.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Out of 25 games, 48%. So somebody else must have brought some Warlock, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, just waiting for Mako to hit
Yeah,
the button.
bracket's looking good now.
Okay.
I will say all 11 classes did get representation in this tournament, which is fun. Priest appears to have been the lowest total played games, with Warlock just slightly ahead of Priest for total played games. But that might also be because Chewie went so far. All right. So what do you think we're going to see for bans between these two players? Oh, well, we don't need to speculate. They've banned already.
It's mage.
Yes, no mages allowed here.
Which I think, given Chewie's lineup, makes a lot of sense. That's not a deck that he wants to go up against, that just has inevitability with Sif. And for Rocinho, a little bit more surprising, but given two Highlander decks, not all that strange.
Indeed. And also, on Chewie's side, at least, if you were watching Rocinho's most recent set and what happened with the Sif at the end of the game, I'd say that strikes enough fear in your heart that you're like, yeah, no, I don't want to face
No, thank
that.
you.
No, thanks.
Yeah, not happening. not this time.
All right, I'm just waiting for the players to kind of do their thing.
Sounds good.
Rashino's ready to go, and Chewie's ready to go.
All right. So one more time, let RNGesus take the wheel. Classes can be determined with randomness. Always put your faith in that, and you shall be rewarded. And we'll see who winds up coming out on top. Will it be Chewie for THL? Will it be Rocinho for Tierras del Fuego? I already know your prediction, Dankest. Chewie's playing on stream.
Yep, it's inevitable. We're
Did
just going to see the good old-fashioned 3-0 just in time for a 6 p.m. Eastern finish.
Did you do stats, whether Chewie is the top player or bottom player? When they win?
Oh, no. This could change things. Hold on. Got to go back to the drawing board.
Player 1 or player 2? Yeah, that's what we can...
So what you're telling me, Saku, is that I need to remember so you can rig this for THL, or is this something else?
We'll just call it something else. It'll be a game of chance, we'll call it. Maybe? If that's what it is? Is it a game? I don't know. Hearthstone's a game, I know that.
Life's a game. Sometimes you gotta play dirty to win it. Alrighty.
All right, so just waiting for some eyeballs, which we do have eyeballs. So for our viewers,
let's go.
We got Rocinho on the bottom, first spectate for our casters, and Chewie at the top.
All right, so we've switched it up.
We got some Shaman for Chewie, and Rocinho brought Demon Hunter.
Yep, and well, Rocinho has found Blind Eye Sharpshooter. And I don't know, do we have to mute the stream because of Disney when that card gets played or not?
Say that again, sorry?
Do we have to mute the stream for like copyright with Disney if the sharpshooter is going to keep saying lines from Hamilton? I don't know. I don't know how this works. What the rules are.
Well, there might be if we start getting into the deeper lyrics, we'll call it.
Sounds good. And man, Rocinho, I think, is the only person I've ever seen mulligan sharpshooter away. The way that he pilots this deck is very interesting.
He's pretty fast with it, obviously, so he must be super comfortable in how these matches play out with the good old Highlanders Shaman.
Yep. But no second Naga in hand, which just makes this so awkward. This is about the worst hand you could ask for on Rocinho's side. Meanwhile, for Chewy, things are looking okay over there.
Chewy keeping up to their good luck charms for drawing cards.
Indeed. Might see this Flash come down here with not much better to do. Glacial Shard maybe to reduce some incoming damage and spend mana. Rocinho finds this Naga off the top though for 1 mana. This turn could be a little bit or this next turn or two could be pretty good. All right, so Chewy's a bit in the tank here, debating whether he wants to spend this Glacial Shard or try and hold on to it to stave off some face damage later when Rocinho might want to pop off. Pretty interesting decision. And he elects to spend it now. Freezing Face, interestingly. And another brick for Rocinho. That's heartbreaking.
He bricks hard, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this might legitimately just be a play no cards pass turn. But instead, looks like we might see the Sharpshooter with the through the Felon Flames. Real tough one. Chooses to hold, just do the attack. Now we might get this ETC. Instead, opting to take the damage this way. And there's a Naga. See a little bit of card draw here. Looking for the shot into the 6/4, doesn't get it. Once again, a miss, but we'll see the second through Felon Flame come down here. Probably to clear off the 6/4 and protect the 1/3.
Sorry, I was just doing a big ping for everybody in the Battle of the Discords thing, but looks like
little strange there, but Rocinho electing to go for the 4 health breakpoint to try and make a clear awkward. But this Primordial Wave is just going to be devastating over on Chewy's side.
That's what I was just about to say. That has a
Looks
tendency.
like we got a wave to maybe close the door right here.
Yeah, and everybody in the chat, do the wave. We're a cheesy sporting event. Send it around. Woo!
Is there a 2-mana outcome that ruins you? Well, it's not that one.
2/3 is.
So we probably see the Mac in the momentum or just hero power momentum maybe, and Rocinho is crossing their fingers to try and hit another Sharpshooter.
You could mech hero power. Not miss 1 damage. I'd say your hand probably isn't good next turn and momentum next turn, but you're pretty much doomed if you're Rocinho. And Chewy in very good shape now.
Interesting choice here. to do this rather than go for a clear with command?
There's a
There is the turn the tides in the ETC.
turn the tides, right? Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
that
I would
ETC.
assume, but unfortunately, we don't get to see that on Battlefy for some reason. The technology isn't there.
We're just gonna say it's definitely gonna be turn the tides. So Chewie kind of acknowledging, hey, if Demon Hunter gets more time, gets reload, there's a chance that they can find enough damage to actually win this game. Let me set up the 2-turn because there's basically no taunt Naga or taunts in the main deck at all. There could be a
Yeah.
discovered one, but it's not going to come down fast enough.
Yeah, because I think that the most inexpensive is Treasure Guard, and that was not a realistic option to, spend 4 mana on a Treasure Guard to try and make a comeback happen. So,
So now Rocinio's only real option, make a board, send the damage, hope that your opponent doesn't have either lethal or massive heal and clear.
well,
There's the ATC, there's the turn the tides. That'll
Yeah.
be game 1.
Chewie electing to go for the less reliable lethal, leaving the Prison of Yogg-Saron and Pack the House in hand, but we understand. It's okay.
Yeah,
See-
Yogg was always lethal there too, obviously.
Yeah.
All right. Chewie remains completely undefeated in the round of 16, having put up 3 straight 3-0s, is off to a typical 1-0 start.
Yep. Well, we will never see the foe that is always talked about in the NBA, but maybe 3-3-3-3 still has a nice ring to it.
Now, if it was based on points for wins, you'd get that extra point in a THL season, and there'd be your foe.
Indeed. All right, so now we've got the Druid versus the Demon Hunter, which is probably the matchup the Demon Hunter wants to see. And it looks like neither hand's really functional. I think Rocinio's a little closer, but curious to see what the players do with these. I think send them all back for the most part, and yeah, that looks a little better. Rocinio has some gas there to get things going, and Chewie's going to be here a while. But
Certainly an
that-
improvement.
if that ENR ever hits the board, though, I think this game is over in short order.
Absolutely.
I like this planted evidence here. Oh, looking for the whelp? Oh, interesting. That's actually a really hard one.
Yeah, those are 3 cards that you want. There's 3 cards you don't want to see at the bottom of your deck.
Yeah. So what did he put on top? Did he end up going with the Reno here? Or was it, in fact, Nourish?
He picked the Reno.
Interesting. I think with the ANR in hand, I personally would favor the Nourish, but the Reno there is, of course, phenomenal for cleaning up a big board and closing the game, and Druid just does not have a lot of ways to deal with boards if the Demon Hunter can get ahead.
Honestly, I'm also pretty surprised to see Reno getting picked. There's Disciple, and like there's the Titan and there's the Disciple in hand. So you want to ramp into the Titan, and you have a 4 mana 4/4 that lines up your 5 mana Nourish to also draw you cards while ramping.
Exactly.
Just very surprised to see Reno getting picked.
But Chewie's on the board now. At least taking minimal damage to get rid of the Slither Spear and leaving that 2/2 behind.
Very clunky, awkward draws for Rocinio. Seems to keep having momentum in opening hands as the Demon Hunter, which is the last card that you want to see unless you're finding Dispose or something to get rid of it.
Yes.
Now debating on whether or not to use this 1 mana for the extra 1 damage or gamble that a 1 mana card will be drawn off of this single draw. Always punished.
Yeah. So I'm guessing now the taunt minion will come down here and put a slowdown on things.
Maybe that was the reasoning to not take Nourish was, hey, on my turn 4, I want to play a 4/5 taunt rather than a 4/4 that doesn't have taunt.
Even still, though, I feel like the card draw is a bit superfluous just to ramping. But see some interesting options here. I feel like Rainbow Glowscale is probably the pick, but none of these really inspire confidence. It's the Wrathscale Naga, so going for that 50-50?
Yeah, no, I like this.
Yeah, no, I mean, damage is damage, I guess.
It lines up well enough to...
Oh, wow.
Extra.
That's super interesting. I
Okay.
thought that he would
I expected
cash
it was
that in
going
for
the
more
other way,
damage.
right?
Yeah. Rheastraza and Phi.
But
And that
Druid
Phi
doesn't
is-
often have enough ways to clear the board. We have now found a sharpshooter. Here we go. A setup turn lined up, a lot of damage.
It's always Innervate. Oh, what? No Innervate? It's Phi's online. Okay, this is the best draw. Chewy is gaming.
You said Innervate. That was basically Innervate.
Yeah, it was Innervate.
It was a 3/5 taunt Innervate.
Yep. All right, so let's see. Let's see if the sharpshooters can get the job done here.
Yeah, disaster outcome for Rocinho with the top deck of Nest Matron activating Phi, and it might just completely change this game, but there are outs.
It's looking pretty good here. If Rocinho hits a 1 mana Naga, I think it's all right. No. Oh,
And
no.
if he doesn't, it's not all right.
Yeah, so this momentum will take out the Phi, surely. And, this is...
You can trade.
Well, you can get this,
Mhm.
but trading it doesn't really help you. It's the same, kind of. You're just getting another card that's not going to be usable here, and I think the 0 mana spell might actually have been better than trading, but we'll see.
Maybe.
But Phi is gone, and Chewy does not have an answer. I guess you go for this Starlight Whelp here. Maybe just play the Rheastraza and pray. But I think Rocinho's got him dead to rights still, even with that awesome top deck last turn.
True. Still looking awkward for Chewy.
Yeah, because it's Starlight Whelp here. Maybe find an answer. If not, play Disciple, or you just go for Rheastraza and hope. Rheastraza and hope! Alright, so this might absorb some of those shots, but now we have 2 sharpshooters going.
And a huge top deck of a 1 mana mistake. Oh, yeah.
Is it enough? Looks like it. Looks like it's very much enough.
It's just so much. I don't see this ever not getting there.
Yeah, this is...
And it gets there in spades.
It's a little damage. Fortunately, the sharpshooter only has 3 health, so things are a little bit less wild there. But the Demon Hunter, still, for all intents and purposes, still is looking like a real Hearthstone deck. So
yeah, if Amber Whelp was also in that hand, maybe that game goes differently too. Or if an Innervate was picked up off the top right after the Phi turn to get the Reno out, then maybe Chewy has a chance. But instead, there it is. That is Chewy's first game loss of the entire top 16 as we're evened up at 1-1 heading into game 3. Warlock and Druid versus Shaman and Druid. We see the Shaman v Warlock.
You are in the court of the elements now.
All right. Well, Brasinho has to be happy to have Framester there.
Up against the Highlander deck. Framester in hand. Seems good.
But Chewy has to be happy to be going first, so, see how this plays out.
Yeah, pretty good looking curve for Chewy, with the Forge of Wills into the Drill Fist for a decent amount of early pressure.
Yep. And the fish will not be... Oh, well, that's good. Who's Forge of Wills? This is a card that I expect to see a lot more play soon. Trolley Problem is just so powerful for what it is that it's just astonishing to me that we don't see it more often.
Yeah, very strong card. I mean, mainly we don't see it because there's not a lot of Warlock in play at the moment, but made a big difference here on this turn.
Yep. And
Brasinho still with a great answer turn, and players going quickly now.
yeah.
As Moarg slammed down immediately. Seeing the Moarg get played, turn the tide, slam down immediately, pushing more damage, picking up the pace.
Yeah, I like the Symphony of Sins here too. Could see something powerful. Interesting.
They're not
Lifesteal pretty decent here. Just keep that damage in check. Stats are pretty favorable on the minions that are in hand. But remove 6. Viper. Ooh. Okay, well, Doc
Wow.
Holiday is a decent one to take out of the equation. Lots of value down the tube. And Sheriff Brim is online. Huh. Expertly navigated by
Well,
Chewy.
That's why he's there.
Yep.
Buys some more time here. A very nice reversal of fortunes on this turn 6 from Chewy.
Yeah. And we'll probably see this more controlling version, or this more controlling use of Horn of the Windlord.
We went half and half. Little smart,
Dirty
removal.
rat. Could we see that? Oh man, I love it. I love it here.
Slam Yogg. He's a believer, so you know it'll work out. Tear Reality? That's the second time Chewy's torn Reality and gotten an Ice Blood Tower.
Yeah. Well, what's that other 1-mana card lurking back there?
Potion of Polymorph could actually...
Yeah, that could be pretty impactful.
It might be completely nothing, or it might be insanely game-breaking.
I mean, at 1 mana, though, it's still going to be solid. Big pickup there to try and force Chewy's life total down, but notably this Reno can't come down now. That overload.
Yes, I do like the push 12 right now, get him on the back foot as much as possible line from Brasinho, even though there's not a whole lot of plays available. Maybe it's just rip Yogg. Dirty Rat with a 50-50 to pull the Yogg, misses.
A little bit of healing here.
Good ordering to make sure you get the coin first. And
Yep. We'll see the potion and maybe the rusher. Nope, elects to hold it back.
This poor Shockhopper's been on the sidelines for a while, finally back in action, waking up from the dormant, and as kind of expected, Rocinho just slamming down this Yogg prison and seeing what happens.
Whoa.
Damage.
Hidden meaning. Camouflage mount.
That
On
could
the
go horribly
lifesteal.
wrong.
Disaster.
Yep. Went on the worst possible outcome.
And that's the lifesteal symphony? Oh no.
Wow.
No, that's the demon. Okay, not lifesteal. It could have been worse. But
I also thought it was lifesteal. I guess the purple just makes you think lifesteal.
yeah, I mean the lifesteal is like the pinkish one. Okay, so no ice barrier, or no, not ice barrier, freeze trap. No explosive, no wandering monster. So the question is, where is Chewie sending this 5 damage of lifesteal?
Could always be worried about bait and switch.
Yeah, but he's tested for it at this point, so it will just go into the minion, and then we might see this prison go face here, perhaps. Always is. Heat wave, theft accusation.
And self damage that misses out on lifesteal. Bit unfortunate.
Yeah. And
Also
now
doesn't want
this
to play into emotion denied.
yeah, it's almost certainly going to be the Reno here, though, just to mop this up.
Oh, absolutely. Reno is massively important at this exact point of the game. And
Yep.
Chewie very much on the back foot now.
Potion of Polymorph, not the greatest, but it is some stats. Okay, Chewie. Chewie. Now, if you're a gamer here, Chewie, Iceblood Tower into Symphony of Sin books can be pretty good and pretty bad. But, alright, he's decided that it's pretty bad. That's probably right. But, it would have been really funny if he did it.
True.
So we got to see this Finley now, for sure.
Yeah, it's looking like Chewie's dead.
Well, I mean,
pretty likely to be dead if this Finley doesn't pick up something that is like immediate heal.
no, nothing yet. I mean,
No
we could
board
have the
space for the
lifesteal.
armor.
Lifesteal book could be fine, but
No board space for the forge heal.
yeah.
No board space.
Well, but he's not dead per se. I mean,
He's probably dead because Nature Bullet and Lightning Reflexes, but he's not.
yeah,
Dead
it's
yet.
like in the prison. There's a lot that could go wrong, but it's still not
there's-
lethal. It's still
There's
not lethal.
probably lethal in the ETC, right?
Probably. Nope, not there.
Well, I guess he didn't play ETC right away, so he might not actually have a Turn the Tides in the ETC.
Lightning bolt. That'll still not quite do it.
Barely off. Barely
Got it.
off. Oh, there it is.
So fast.
Huge turnaround with Armor Vendor and Darkon Drathier in hand and another +6 health minion in hand. Chewie was positioned to maybe turn the corner there, but Rocinho finds the damage in time, picks up the Game 3 victory, and is now just a singular win away from being crowned champion.
Excuse me, holy moly! Sorry to cough in the mic there. I was just going to do a quick draw, for a 5-pack of cards. So, but the game just started, so I don't want to break into that. I guess into the following game. So I'll let you guys carry on.
Yeah, looks like a decidedly good hand on Rocinho's side, and Chewie's might leave a little to be desired. So,
Druid versus Druid, and one of them has Splish, Splash, Whelp, and Seedsman in hand along with the dragon. Looks good.
okay, that looks even better, but there's
Oh,
Reno
wow.
at least on the other side, so maybe. Okay, Chewie's hand is like gotten. Oh no, this is. Man, why don't I draw like this? This is just.
The Reno for Rocinho, crucially, is not active yet, although the Seedsman is probably just going to draw the Nourish. and then the Reno will be active, and there's a Riestraza too. This is a turbo start for Rocinho.
It's a turbo start for both players. Like, this is just like so much mana available to both of them.
Yeah, there's a Forged Embrace, there's Wild Growth, there's Widowbloom Seedsman on the other side.
Yep.
A nice little clear
Is it
too.
the Nourish, though? That's the question here. Chewy does have to roll the 50-50, and it is.
Big draw.
Cactus Construct, fill in the curve. Groovy Cat, Amalgam.
More
Wow.
Amalgam?
Those are all pretty good. Yeah, Innervate, not a bad one for next turn, especially with this mana differential. I think we might see this Tempo Riestraza here. Could also
Think
just
that-
see
well,
this. Yep,
It's
not active.
so it's just an
my God.
8/8. I don't know if Rocinho was thinking about that or just wanted to smork,
I don't think he knew. I don't think he knew.
but I was mentioning that Seedsman had to draw Nourish or these effects were not active, and when it picked up that Innervate, that was absolutely the bad outcome or one of them. So that could be a turning point.
Yeah, that's disaster.
Yeah, Rocinho with the emote just was fully planning on infinite dragon value. Oh, okay.
Oh, just try again.
Okay. Okay, dude.
Why
Well,
have one
maybe-
when you can have two?
He's not in the clear yet, and this Reno
Maybe it's a game of
here
Destiny.
on Chewy's side seems like a decent play here.
Okay. Top decked Nourish. It's gonna happen.
And they'll play the dragon again and still not get it. Oh no, okay.
That would be hilarious. I was thinking you just jam the Yogg and you don't trigger it.
I
Just
mean,
bank the mana.
yeah, I don't dislike this.
I mean, if you're feeling real cocky, you can trigger it, but it doesn't seem to.
Not summoning things seems like a big enough downside that holding it looks
Yes.
good. Now the question is, how is Chewy going to respond here?
Yeah, you're definitely happy to use the Reno when you're like, well, the thing that I usually want to hold Reno for is Riestraza, and he can't do the Riestraza.
Rehydrate is big. Just another 7 health.
Very nice. Free healing.
Yep. Construct and Astalor. Oh boy.
Hilarious.
Guys, Chewy is
now you
doing
play
it.
now you play the fake Astalor, not the real Astalor.
Just
No need
gotta
to tell him you're holding a real one.
just really gotta rub it in there.
Reno still not active for Rocinho. No
Nope.
Nourish in hand.
Probably active now
There's
though.
Rhea.
There
There
they
it
both
is.
are.
I mean, the maximum tilt play is definitely Jam Riestraza, so out comes the Yogg to see if it can clear a board.
Oh no.
It winds up kind of backfiring a little bit,
Ignis lost.
but it did do enough to clear a board that you can just slam the Riestraza
Well,
and the emote, of course.
yeah, I just don't know now though. Like the Ignis being gone is a big deal.
I can all but guarantee that Chewy might be tilted out of his mind right now. He is a player known to be a little bit prone to some tilt affecting,
Yeah.
but time to refocus on the game. As horribly unlucky as it was for your opponent to misplay the Rhea and then immediately discover another Rhea and then have it active, it's time to figure out a play. Hasn't seen a Reno being played yet either on the other side, so some tricky options to try to go for if you want to stick a board. There's always the threat that, hey, Reno's active now.
Yep. I don't dislike this Dragon Golem here. Does put some pressure on, maybe force that Reno out. And for Chewy, you just want their Reno to come down before your Rheastrasa does. And that's Sunspot Dragon. Probably just going to go back in the deck.
Not bad.
Yep. That's a good one.
Oh man, Rocinho is gaming today.
Yeah, it's the opposite of Chewy's last series on stream.
Okay. Was a dangerous looking thing there with the banner, but worked out all right.
Yeah, I think the Sneaky Snakes did a little bit of griefing there for Rocinho.
Just a bit.
Development. Stop the
Yeah.
development.
This turn was about to be a whole lot more powerful.
Yeah, and we'll see Yogg. You know, do we steal Yogg here? I like the steal Yogg line.
Yeah, steal Yogg, steal Rhea, use your Innervate to ping down the poison. Depending on, what the randoms are.
Oh, there's his own Rhea.
Innervates first.
Yep, just in case he draws.
Oh, well.
I think that
gonna
was
burn a card. Unlucky random again there, and now Chewy's got to hope that the top deck burn is not a bad one to see.
Yeah.
Definitely always funny.
Yeah, I like Reno. Reno with Matron here seems pretty powerful. But I don't know really how there's any comeback from that.
The development too is very powerful with just 0 mana refresh for slam down another 8/8. Now the Phi is super cheap as well.
Hero power plus Phi. Yeah, this is over. I don't think there's any card left for Chewy that can bring him back in this game.
Easy trigger the Yogg location here. All right, yeah, and it's
maybe just Astalor here and hope you can clear off the small minions, live a little longer, but
I guess, I mean,
there's the draw, 10
fairly
armor.
low on resources.
Yeah, and there's no Ignis, so if Chewy can find like a decent defensive play here, there's like some middle ground that can keep him in the game, but it's a tough spot. Not where you want to be.
Yeah, again, I'm pretty sure he's just completely tilted out of his mind, and it's a very difficult spot to mentally fight back from as well. Let alone, the board state and what happened here to be in this position. All of the preceding events leading up to it, it's hard to shake.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a line but Astalor and Prey. Okay. Maybe that's a better line.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead and give this extra stats potentially with the drum circle. Don't know if he was planning on using that or not. But just taunt plus armor.
Yeah. Oy. Well, speaking of resources.
Wow. Imagine slamming down a Rheastrasa as a tempo 8/8 with 0 punish because you can immediately discover another Rheastraza with your amalgam off of the Rheastraza and have that one be active. And also prompt the Reno in advance because they know that they don't need to, they quote unquote know that they don't need to be afraid of the location coming down later.
Well, this is the level of play that we expect in the finals of our tournaments.
All right. Chewy's got another turn to try to figure this out. No longer limited to a single board space, but very limited to no real options that avoid being dead.
Yeah.
Can't even
What?
remember what was in the opening hand, if Whelp was an out or not.
Oh,
find, like-
interesting. That one isn't bad. I don't think it helps him, but yeah, that'll do it, I think. All right. Looks like THL is not going to win this one. Saku, you can cut the feed.
Cut the
But-
music.
All right.
In all seriousness, though, congratulations to Rocinho, and in spite of the jokes, very well played, awesome lineup, and an awesome run. Like, well-deserved congratulations to you and the Tierra del Fuego server. It's been a pleasure casting these matches and getting to see all this Hearthstone.
Absolutely.
And congrats to
what
Chewy for getting into the finals too. So
What a fantastic run.
so there's our winner.
And surrounded by THL players. Tierras del Fuego with just Rocinho as the last representative blazed through the rest of the tournament to claim the top spot. Just a really thrilling outcome, and doing it in incredible fashion too. Chewy did not drop a single game in the first 3 rounds of the top 16 and led off this one 1-0 before Rocinho ripped off those 3 straight.
Yep, it's been pretty impressive ripping through. So their only representation, other than what was the other player's name? Why have I?
In the top 16, was it?
Yeah,
SA
it was
Petros?
Big House, and Vegetarian on when they started the top 16. Those were Tierra del Fuego as well. So representing the TF Discord or Twitter. So, and the winner of the third place match was nobody. So Parawalks gets a 3-0 win over Deadeye. So congrats to those 2 players for making the top 4 as well. So, are you guys up for doing a quick wheel to decide a 5-card?
Yeah,
gift?
sure.
So
Let's
Sounds
see
good.
it.
So person has to be
Spin
in
that
server. So
wheel.
as soon as the stream catches up, I'll ping the winner once the wheel comes up. But yeah, you guys can announce it or help announce.
Sounds good. Let's give it a spin.
Just gotta double check the server. Yep, everything's good. Can you guys see the screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm.
And our winner is the Toucher HS.
Yes. You have been touched.
Congratulations to the Toucher. You won the drawing. Well done.
The giggles start. So, congrats. And I want to thank both of you for helping cast the remaining matches today. I also want to thank Azalea Akari and Devalian who did the earlier shows for the top 16. And Any other things we can add before we let everybody go?
A pleasure as always, and I want to say just a huge thank you to the whole community for coming together for this. This was something that had been talked about for a little while behind the scenes. A lot of work went into planning it, especially from Mako and from Marty, and it was just really cool to get all of these communities together and hold such a fantastic tournament. So many incredible players represented, and glad to be a part of this. Hope that we might get another Battle of the Discords at some point in the future, but very happy it was such a resounding success, and that was so much in part to all of you guys turning out, making this what it was.
Absolutely. And, like not every game has the community and the passion to really make a grassroots project like this work. And it was just so awesome to see the turnout, both, in Twitch chat, in THL, in my own server, and in, just the number of players in the bracket duking it out. It was awesome. And, thank you all for making this happen and making it a special weekend.
Sorry, I had a little frog in my throat. Too much watching too much Shaman, I think. So.
With that, also, I gotta run.
Yep.
Thanks again for having me, and take care, everybody.
You got it.
Likewise. Have a good rest of your night, everyone, and thanks for watching.
Yeah. All right, so that'll close it out for us. Anybody else that's interested in joining the THL next season, please visit our webpage there at THL. THL to be teamheartleague.com. You can join our server and just kind of introduce yourself and throw in your stats, and possibly for next season. So again, I want to echo what Ron and Dankus Dad had just said. Thank you to all the players. Thank you for all the viewers. It's been awesome, and we will see you on the next one. Take care.